Hmm. Oh, now it's sending data again. There we go. I think it's back up on YouTube now. Let me see if it actually is. Yes, there we go. We're back on YouTube. I'll go look up a way to fix that if just in case it happens again for the future, but we're not gonna do that now. And if it happens again, I'm gonna have recordings anyway. In fact, when I've had issues with YouTube live streams and I just use my recording to upload the video. So if the torque converter is so good, I might I might update my Cheetah build as well to have the torque converter instead. I will try a few more laps with the one speed to see if we actually can't beat the torque converter lap time. But first I need to fix the suspension so that we can actually drive. Well, not drive, but so that we actually handle well. Don't want something too stiff though. I think 200 good enough. I don't think we need to change the dampers. Alright, let's give this a go. Oh, yeah, this thing's the one speed struggles to move because we need it at this high of a ratio. Otherwise, we're gonna reach our top speed at the start finish straight. I crossed the line at 120. I want to pay attention to that. And I am able to get 133, 134 even, right before I need to brake. Could have went a lot wider there and carry more speed instead of taking such a tight line, but that's what the bus wanted to do. It was very willing to take the corner because of the way I entered the corner. So I just went with it. Not so sure about this line. That didn't feel very fast. Can never tell if that last corner is any good or not with these vehicles like this. Alright, I thought I braked too late for that, but that actually works out, so that's pretty good start. Okay, that's an off track. So this lap is invalid despite our good start. So I finally got an off track cutting that corner. Been cutting as much as I can, but it kept telling me that I'm not going off track. Well, it wasn't telling me that I'm off track, rather. So I just kept going. And there we go. We finally found the off track. Although I'm not sure what difference, how differently that I took that compared to the other ones. I'll just have to go into that corner knowing that I can't take it with that much cutting. I still have to stay on track. I just don't know how much. Okay, that exit I think was pretty good. Let's see if our speed reflects that. We're still past the start finish at 120. I think I can, since we have lower height, we can have more rear bias. I only have the F60. So we can increase the bias to the rear. Oh, I'm cutting a lot? Okay, I cut too much. I brake too early, and so I just went with the line that I can do. It really feels like the torque converter is better though, but I don't actually know. Wait, our brake pads. Oh yeah, we're overheating our brakes probably. We haven't seen smoke yet, but it's probably overheated. So let's go back to the torque converter. What FDR did I put on it? Was it this 2.17? The brake power part adds weight. So unless you're sure it's worth the extra weight, like it should be the last thing you try. Unless you're really lacking in brake power. I think I uploaded a build recently though that has the brake power maxed out. Yeah, the rollback. Because with the rollback, when you're carrying heavy stuff in the back, you get a lot of grip. So I was for sure with that one that you can use double the brake power and it's gonna be worth the wait. But with anything else, probably not. Even with heavy stuff like this. In fact, we can increase our brake power by simply replacing our pads. We still can't check the temperature. Yeah, it's still bugged. There's no fix for that. We're still on the same build. So I'm just gonna have to respawn so that we have fresh brakes again. And it'll last longer. Yeah, that looked like it's still fine with F50. In fact, I think I'm gonna go with F50 on the final build. Because the weight of the passengers goes mostly to the back. Which is exactly why it has, well, not exactly, but that's partly why the rear has to be very stiff. I should probably soften the front. I keep forgetting that. It's understeering a lot because I softened the rear but didn't soften the front. Speaking of, that's partly why the bus understeers a lot before, which is the overall stiffness. of the spring. Most builds, most vehicles, you can reduce the understeer by simply softening all the axles. But since the bus is meant for comfort, I stiffened it a lot. You know what? You might even be able to go it away with 80. 50 is looking like it's too soft though. So that's gonna be the same ratio as before. It's just softer now. Yeah, now it really wants to turn. Now that I have the same ratio as before. Yeah, because with softer springs, you have more weight transfer. And when you're cornering, you're transferring the weight. So most vehicles, if you soften the springs, you reduce the understeer. But the other way to address understeer is having stiffer rear than front. So if you did stiffen the springs for comfort, you can compensate by just having the front be softer than the rear. But the thing is, every vehicle is different, so you can't just apply those logic every time. Gonna depend on the vehicle. And that's where most tuning guides or whatever fails really, which is explaining how things actually work. They just give you pointers on what to do without telling you why it works. So when you're working on something different than what they were working with, you get bad results. And that's the main reason why I'm not making guides like that. Or rather, I haven't yet. Because obviously you can still make guides that just tells you about it so that you know what to look for. But it's a lot harder when you're On a game like this when you're trying to consider almost every scenario possible. It's almost like dealing with real life stuff. There's the possibilities are endless. Also, I overheated, but yeah, I set a new best lap time now, which just further proves that the original build is quite good because that's literally the change that I did to go even faster, which is to make it more similar to the original build. It's just that now it's not made for carrying passengers, it's not made for comfort. Instead, it's made for the track. So if you use this for bus job, it's a lot worse for maintaining comfort. But it will drive better. Like that's exactly why we're able to get faster lap times. It's also very low, so you're gonna scrape a lot in certain places. But yeah, it's gonna drive better. I should make it to the line without overheating. I only overheated towards the end here. So let's see if we can get an even faster time or if this is gonna be just the same. Was that faster? I think it is. Yeah, it replaced my lap time. So that was even faster and now I'm gonna overheat again. So this lap is probably not gonna be faster now. Since it overheated before I wanted to brake. But let's keep going. Because it's not gonna overheat again until we're back on the start finish line. Even in multiplayer, people don't spot fires in GAPA before it got large enough to be spotted automatically. Well, I guess this is only 18 players in this server. So it makes sense that not many went to GAPA to see it. Okay, that was not a good line. So this is definitely not gonna be a faster lap now, I think. But I'll finish it regardless. You never know. Yeah, we're more than 1 second faster than the next guy now. So I think I'll end the time trials here at Ansan. That's it for Ansan. So we're gonna be uploading two builds then. This one, the Ansan racing bus. But before we do that, oh yeah, that's 2 seconds now, not just one. Yeah, you're right. More than 2 seconds. Let's take a screenshot of that on the ground so that there's nothing messy behind the screenshot. Before I upload the build though, let's review the decals and I still need to update the lights. Come on. So these decals are very old. We definitely need to uncheck the on wheel so that none of them renders on the wheel. I don't think I used the mirror function on these. Maybe I did. Yeah, it's not the mirror function. Even back then, I didn't use the mirror because I already knew very early on that the mirror function doesn't work properly. This one doesn't really reach the wheel, but may as well uncheck it. What is this? Oh, it's just the wood decal covering the whole bus? Wait, no, these are below it. Yeah, it doesn't appear in the front, but it's a rectangle. What is going on? Did I place it at an angle? This is an angled part. It's not covering these. I think it is at an angle. We have new decals now. Cleaner decals that we can use. This is a massive bus though. I don't know if this is gonna be enough. Is this the maximum size? Yeah, it is already at the maximum size. Yeah, this is not gonna be big enough. What other decals have clean edges that we can use in place of the rectangle? I don't really know very many clean decals that are big. Maybe this? I think this is a clean looking decal. Yeah, that looks pretty sharp. But also, it's not big enough. We need something very big. Because this bus is very big. So I don't think we can replace the decal now. In that case, yeah, probably not. Let's undo that. I used a trapezoid for that? That's what this shape is, right? Trapezoid. Then another trapezoid for that. That's so many shapes. But it is a perfect angle. This thing, it perfectly matches this because of the way I made it. This one, probably not. I'm pretty sure I measured it though, so that it is as close of a match as I can get it. So how many decals was the letter A? 4. So yeah, we can't save any more decal slots to make that. That's already the minimum to make that shape of an A. I'm making the letter R differently now. I don't have this straight line anymore. I keep the curve from the B and just put a rectangle here and then another rectangle here. Although on the rotator, I didn't even bother with a second rectangle to make the corner piece here. I just left it curving at the edge there. Okay, you have the bus decal for the general shape. One trapezoid there. that, and then the cover to hide the U and the S. So there's also two slots for this, and it does look good. How does the Airbus logo actually look though? By the way, that's the plane I believe. A330. This is A380. I believe this is the 330, if I remember correctly. Yeah, the XL. Beluga XL. Yeah, that's the Beluga. A330. Oh, this one is also a 330. But I think the Beluga is has a different number here though. Because I think the first part is the frame itself, and the Beluga is just the 330, the same frame as this, but made for cargos. So they have that massive head. At least that's what I remember. I made this so long ago, so I don't really remember anymore. But yeah, that's why I have the XL and the blue with some round shapes on it. By the way, I love this, where they on the what's this? The pilot. How do they call this again? The windows for the pilot. They put this black to make like a mouth, and then they put an eye there. Like this is the kind of designs I try to make, where it actually works with the shape of the thing you're making a design on. Which is quite difficult on the buses, because they have these massive windows that we can't put decals on, even though in real life you have buses covered with decals even on the windows, and you can still see through it from the outside, from the inside rather. Like I wish we would have, because we now have the on-wheel option. They could just add on windows, and in fact they could add all the. In fact, I made a post for that already. I made a post showing like a checkbox for the window, for body 1, body 2, cargo, like everything else that I know about when I made this when I made the post. So hopefully we get that at some point. Why did I look up the Airbus? Oh, we're looking at the R. Oh yeah, the R is like that. Not here though. It is a curving R. But yeah, this is a different one. It doesn't have the cut on the A. I made this one. So I didn't really copy the R, because it would take more decal slots to copy that. So I just went with this. It doesn't reach all the way up there. And then the bus text, obviously, and then the other side. The other side only has the bus. It doesn't say air, because there's a door on the other side, whereas here you don't have the door. And it saves on decal slots anyway. I only needed one decal for the other side, whereas on this side, which decals are these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 decals extra. So that's 10 to ride the Airbus. But the bus part is just 1. So the air is 9 decals. And then the X I don't think we have anything better for an X, don't we? At least not one that'll work for this thing. And then the L, two decals. And then this is the plane. So that's the wing, the body, and the tail. Wait, why is there another bus? Oh, for the B in the back. Then the cover, 330. And then the front. Wait, the side? Why are we looking at the side? Oh, I made this piece render from the side so that I can get it all the way up to there without it looking wrong or needing more decals. Because if I made it from the front, it, I'll have to leave more space there. Otherwise, it's gonna render poorly on the side. Then you have the 330. Speaking of, huh, this doesn't have these checked, and it's at the top of the layers. So how is it not appearing in the back? Is it just perfectly lined up with this with this piece, so it doesn't render there? I think it's gonna render here, isn't it? So maybe I didn't line it up properly? How is it not rendering in the back? Oh, it is rendering there. Yeah, we can see if I uncheck this. Yeah, there it is. So this one, yeah, that also has it. Okay, let's uncheck the wheels on all of these. Although most of them, it's not necessary. Yeah, these decals that are only supposed to appear on one side or front and the back, I just use the opposite side feature. I think that's only because this is already an updated decal though. I don't think the original is made like this. I can check the original as well. I still have one of my air cities with the original decal. This updated version is something I've had in a long time. Just never uploaded it because I didn't see much point in it. It's pretty much the same thing. The main difference is the airplane icon and the text in the front and the back. The old one just had number 2 and the bus text. So there's nothing to change with the decals. It's already well done. Yeah, this looks perfectly lined up. If it wasn't, then it wouldn't render like this. So I think I lined these up perfectly already, including this thing. Yeah, that looks about as good as you can get for a decal that's placed from the side and not the back. To look that match on this from the back means it's already placed fairly well. Oh yeah, let's check out the original. And what happened to the front tires of this one? Oh yeah, but the next thing we want to test is if we can make a better setup with the 4-speed. Because I didn't realize it was a torque converter. Or rather, I forgot about that. I'm pretty sure when I made my Cheetah update, I saw that. But for whatever reason, I didn't think too much of it, so I didn't test it. Or I guess I had so much to test with the Cheetah that I forgot about it. Oh yeah, I mentioned earlier, this should be F50. Because every passenger's weight is pretty much going onto the back anyways. Except maybe these ones at the very front. Softer front roll bar. Stiffer rear, this is already correct. That's also correct. What was the height? Plus 10 and 7? And I gave it 50 spacers in the back. And Goldimo wheels. And I think that's it. Oh yeah, well, I spawned this to check the decals. The decals are not even ordered the same. This is towards the top. We have the base rectangle covering the whole bus. Why is there a taxi decal? Oh, I used the taxi for the A before. But I replaced it. You can even see some of the taxi sticking out there. So 1, 2, 3 there, and then 4. So that's the same decal count though. I just decided against using it for whatever reason. At least when I updated it. I also see a cut here that I did never noticed before. They look pretty much the same though. So I don't know why I replaced it. It still looks exactly the same. Why is there 3? Oh yeah, because for the X is 2 and then the L. And then this. Oh, this is only 24 decals. I was wondering why there's so few decals for the front and the back. Right, the door is on the right side. So let's go test out the transmission now, and then we will update the lights. So originally, I had 1.8 FDR, but decided to go raise it up to 2. But now that we have the torque converter, I think I just want the same top speed, and everything else doesn't really matter because it's a torque converter anyway. So I just need to find a similar FDR. Actually, no, let's try something higher first. So like 2 at most on the final gear and see if we're gonna be speed limited, even though it's a torque converter. Because, yeah, even a torque converter can still be limited on the speed. So maybe 1.8. That's still more than 2. Need it to be below 2. We don't really have much options. Yeah, we have to go all the way down to 187, which is still much higher, I guess. So we need to remember the 2.17 setting. Actually, no. I'll keep this thing as it is and test with this other bus so that we don't mess with that build. And this is the one with the 300 horsepower engine anyway. Would have been a mistake using that with the 400. Is it 1.56? Alright, so we now have the torque converter here, 1.56. Oh yeah, I also removed the diff on that one, so it's a good thing I decided not to use it. Has anyone tested whether your brakes get heated less if you use half your braking but then upgrade to the double the power? I'm pretty sure that's just gonna give you the same temperature and whatnot, right? But I haven't tested that, I don't think. At least I don't remember if I did. And this upgrade is useless. It costs 10 times more for a tiny benefit, and it will probably still overheat. So just let your... just don't mind the burning brakes when you're using the bus. Alright, let's go try this out now. Oh. This bus is so big I kept misjudging stuff. Oh, the first gear is horrible. What's the ratio? Yeah, it's a very a very low ratio rather. In fact, let's try that again from a stop. That should still be fine because it is a torque converter. I keep saying that, but that's just the thing with torque converters. I think it is fine. Oh, and the reverse is the best thing about this. I think Yeah, our reverse gear is very low as well. We can actually go pretty fast in reverse. I've always hated the slow reverse gears on the buses and trucks. Looks like there's a pretty big gap between second and third. And there's probably gonna be a big gap between third and fourth as well. Well, third is going pretty fast though. We might need a higher ratio. And the reason for this might be, yeah, this is looking like a miscalculation. Well, not miscalculation, but the calculations just doesn't work because it's a torque converter. Yeah, our fourth gear is way too high speed. Yeah, there's no way this is the ratio that we want. Which is good because I don't like how slow the first gear starts. So the torque converter ratios are either just very different or I need to update the formula in my spreadsheet. I think it's just very different because I'm pretty sure they haven't changed the ratios on it from when I put it onto my spreadsheet. Oh, that's comfort mode braking. I need to increase that now. Wasn't stopping as quickly as I needed it to. Hopefully, if we ever get a bus or taxi update, they revert the comfort. It will require me to update my builds, but hopefully it won't be the way it is right now where the stiff setups are better for comfort somehow. Because that just doesn't make any sense in real life. Like you want a soft ride to get a soft suspension for a smooth ride to have a comfortable vehicle. But in Motor Town, in order to maintain the comfort, you want the stiffness. Because the comfort meter becomes much more erratic when you have a soft suspension. Because it exaggerates the weight transfer. So it's not your passenger's movement, but rather the vehicle's movement that's dictating the meter. Except when you're moving the car around, it means the car is kind of absorbing the sudden motions went to your passenger instead, that your passenger would have to move around instead in the car to compensate for. I don't know if what I'm saying even is making sense anymore. I don't even know why I suddenly decided to throw that out there. Anyway, yeah, the 1.56 originally on the light bus. Oh, it is too low. It's not on the light bus. I had 4 on the light bus, and 1.8 was the equivalent. Wait, it's not. Why is it not? Yeah, it's a 4 ratio with the light bus. Oh, because I was matching this because I wanted the extra top speed. But then I decided, even though this is already higher, I decided to go even higher to 2. So this is what I should have here. And yeah, I do have a way too low ratio for that. So let's try 2.73, which is higher. Actually, that's way too high. 0.44. Yeah, that's still gonna be higher, but I'm hoping because this is a torque converter, it's gonna be fine that it's higher. Also, I need to start. Dang it. Is it not gonna go in? Also, am I taking damage driving out of here? Because it's scraping the roof. I guess we'll find out on when we're back here. Instead of driving in, I'm gonna. But I can drive backwards into the garage. I should just take this road for this bus instead of going the long way around that I've been doing. I'm so used to using that long way around for faster vehicles because they need more road to test. But this is a slow bus. Dang it, this guy got in, got in there before me. They slowed down on going onto the highway for whatever reason. That's not how you want to merge into a highway at all. Yeah, they're slowing down. They should be speeding up. That's dangerous. Merging into the highway and then slamming your brakes to slow down. Yeah, this is still way too high speed, I think. We're not accelerating very quickly, but we still got plenty of speed left. So this torque converter is really throwing off my formulas. I should mark that. In fact, oh, it wants to take a U-turn. Let me put a waypoint. Use the autopilot. And mark all the torque converter transmissions. This is a torque converter. Mark it with green? No, blue. Is the one speed here? Yeah, it is. Also, I could have sworn it's called electric one speed before, but now it's called EV one speed, right? It's the same part, yeah, 20 kilograms. That's the same one. So this is a torque converter. What do you want to note in the torque converter? Oh, I forgot. I should have driven backwards into the garage. So now I'm definitely damaged. In fact, let's test that now. Let's drive in reverse. And drive in there in reverse again. Yeah, it doesn't take damage if you're going in reverse. Oh, I think I remember now why I decided on that height before. I think it's to fit in the garages. But this thing is massive. Can it fit with my old setup? What's my old setup again? Yeah, it's stock height -2 on the rear. Stock front, rather. So I guess I'll test that as well. Oh, I didn't change the FDR. That's why it was still going too fast. Should have put 2.44. Wait, that's not 2.44. There we go. Yeah, that's already 3% damage just doing that. But if I reverse instead, it's totally fine. Okay, that's a much better start on first. Fourth looks like it's too slow now, but we'll see. The gap between the gears seems pretty good. Yeah, it's staying within the green zone. Looks like we actually still have pretty good speed left. Yeah, we're up to 130 already, and it's still in the green. Yeah, 135 still on the green. So this might be too high even. Well, not too high, too low of a ratio still. We can go even higher. Not by much though, although because it's gonna have overheating issues. Yeah, this thing can't do the whole bridge anymore without overheating. At least not on full throttle. And I didn't even do the whole bridge yet. It's still gonna overheat. Speaking of top speeds, let's look at the high speed leaderboard. 192. Oh yeah, I only have the 300 horsepower engine at the moment. And I should have put a campy at the at Ansan. I'm done with Ansan though, so I can go back to my single player now. But since I'm already here, I may as well stay here unless I actually need something from the single player. Which later I will have something I want in the single player. But for now, we can stay here and not have the stutter every 10 seconds. Yeah, it takes so long to reach the top of the green zone in fourth. So I think I should go slightly higher. Oh, we can't go slightly higher though. We're at 244. The next one is 27, much higher. Hmm. This already has pretty good ratios too. I'll try the 2.7, but I'm probably gonna keep the 2.4. Oh, what the heck. They need to fix that where if you're, yeah, you can bounce off like that. I don't know why this hasn't been fixed yet. I've seen other people report that, and I think I even reported it myself as well. The collision on them is horrible. In fact, I don't even understand the design of these bridges. Are there bridges like this in real life? Where your on ramp, off ramps is a single lane with high walls like that? That is per straight up, not angled. Like the closest thing I've seen here in real life is have the walls at an angle, not not straight up. At least the one that I can think of. Let's try. Yeah, this is a big difference to go from 2.4 to 2.7. I'm not sure that's gonna work well. Let's see. Oh, you know what? There is something I want in my single player now. So let's actually go to my single player now. Because I forgot to put the campy once again. But also, I don't want the traffic blocking the highway. Because I keep taking the long way around still. Not as long as the other way around, but I'm still having to go a longer way around. Oh yeah, let's check our new startup with this new ratio. First gear, pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty much still the same. It didn't really feel any different with the lower ratio. But yeah, I feel like I should just stick with the 244. And this is the short way that I wanted to use before I realized I can't use it there in the multiplayer server. Yeah, 120, and only now we're going past the green zone. One 145 on the red. So yeah, well, hmm. Do I want this more than the 244 though? It is still good. I do like the more spaced out ratios. Let's try the 244. We don't have much to do left. We've already tested the build a bunch yesterday. Hmm. I think it should still be the 244. The next test is the regular garages. Is there a height setting for it that fits here? Looks like, yeah, you can make it fit here if it's not raised up like it currently is. Nope, that doesn't fit. And that's already lowered. Can it fit -10? I don't think I want -10 on this. That's way too low. It still doesn't. Okay. So that makes it easy. I'm keeping the very tall suspension for the off-roading and the handling benefits of having higher center of mass, which normally you don't want, but for this build, because of the understeer, that is actually beneficial. Dang it. Alright, let's stop the reverse beeping. I think that's it. We just need the lights now. I still don't know why the emergency lights are not sold in garages. I don't understand the logic behind that. Like, why keep it on garages like this? Like this shelf of with the emergency lights. Also, this place is full, so let's go here. I guess I want to update this one. Let's leave our broken thermometer in the rollback. Hopefully that gets fixed soon. So what do we even want to do with the lights now? We do have a lot that we can do now. Because we can put 20 lights. I do like these lights that I already have. Except the top ones. We can replace that now with the new lights. I do like this one too. Yeah, these lights not only give a nice looking... Oh, why are these floating? These lights not only give a nice looking blue shine on the side of the bus, it also creates a dim interior light. I do want to change these to engine on so that it's not permanently on anymore. I think it is, yeah, it's permanently on at the moment. Because that setting used to not be a thing. We didn't have engine on option before. This one doesn't really look like it's floating, even though it is. Speaking of, let's fix that. Actually, no, I think I already updated this position. Yeah, it's perfectly lined up with this one too. This is an updated light placement already. And I'm pretty sure I did that where it's floating a little bit so that it has a more spread out reflection on the bus. Well, not reflection, lighting on the bus. Because if you have it too close, it's only gonna shine on a tiny piece of the side. Having said that, nah, I'm not changing the angle it's facing to increase the shine. Well, we can look at it later when it's dark. I only have 30 minutes day-night cycle at the moment instead of my usual 2-hour day-night cycle. Oh yeah, the light mode. Is this one set? Yep. Yeah, these look like they've already been updated in the placement. These ones I'm replacing for sure. Oh, got put down there. Let's move this back for now so that I can spawn my other bus, which I do want to update now that we found that the torque converter is actually really darn good. And it has the same ratio on the 6-speed as well than what I was using in the Air City already. At least I think it does. Yeah, it's also 2. I've been using a 2 ratio on the Air City until I switched to the torque converter. So it's gonna have the same ratio, I guess, of 244. So let's put that on it now, in fact. So I've tried everything now. The default transmission is this, the bus. Why does that guy not have a trailer? Hang on. What is going on? Someone left their trailer once again. I don't see trailer back here. Oh, because I don't have this checked. Yeah, he left his Kotra back here. I guess we can wait for him here. Yeah, let's just... I can't spawn anything here anyway. Oh, I can. I have garages right here. But he's already... Yeah, he's too fast. I'm not gonna make it anymore. Alright. Let's spawn that Kotra. And take over from here. Oh, that's something else. The Jamusi. Where does he deliver? The meat and the bakery. Looks like he didn't deliver to the meat. He's delivering for the bakery, I think. Yeah, now the cargo is lighter because he delivered it already. I hope they fix this. We don't have to keep reconnecting trailers. This happens way too often. And it's messing with my supply chain because I have my routes so optimized that if they miss a trailer for a few trips, the supply may not last. Depending on, like for that one, it's at the bakery. The bakery runs out quick because it needs so many containers just to produce a few boxes. And I am supplying all the supermarkets around the map with pallets from the bakery. Oh yeah, it's getting dark now, but this thing is turned off. So let's turn it on so we can see the lights. Yeah, this one is too close. I need to place this further like the others so that it shines more. We can't really see it right now yet, but you can already see some of the effect that having it further away does. Yeah, this one is shining over a pretty big area compared to if I... Well, actually, that doesn't change much in this case, huh? It's just the front one. Hmm. So I don't have to have it floating very far. Let's check the other side if that's the same. Yeah, it is. So why is it different in the front? Oh, because I'm just looking at the bright blue color. I can't really see the other color. Yeah, the further away light. Yeah, it's still there, regardless of how far it is. I don't have to move it so too far. I can have it there. Oh, this is a problem though. Why is it like this? Is the bus not completely straight? Yeah, this part looks further away. So I have to place it at an angle. That's too much though. Why is it moving too much? What? That's 1 degree? What the heck? Huh? Why is it moving so much? This is why we need decimal point adjustments. Back when we didn't have this menu, I would move my characters so precisely and rotate the cameras precisely just to get the perfect angle. And I was able to get certain designs that I can't do now because of the lack of precision that we have with this menu. And I don't think I have it in the workshop, the original. So I can't just download it now. I straight up can't make it anymore. And I don't have it anymore as well. So I can't upload it to the workshop either. So I do have to place this further away. Otherwise the light doesn't appear properly. So I may as well move this further away as well. What about the back one though? This is a very differently positioned light. Oh yeah, we can see the interior lighting now that it produces. Yeah, I like that. Maybe I want it here though. So, well, you can't really see it because it's shining the reflection of this light above us. But I'm pretty sure, I mean, we can just move it, I guess. We can see it without the lighting. So this should be darker area for it. We can see it. Oh, it does shine there still. Okay. I don't have to move it up. In fact, I can even move it down and it still shines there. You can't see it from the outside though, unfortunately. Or maybe that's just because I moved it down. Oh, you can see it. It's just that the window is so heavily tinted. But yeah, I would like that light shining there, but have these not be visible, so I'll keep it here. And I don't think I want to move it forward or back. Actually, I kind of like that. Maybe even make it hidden. Actually, no, let's not do that. Yeah, because I'm not a fan of this bright blue bar, which is hidden if I move it here. But I still get the lighting down here. There's also a bright section there for some reason. I don't know what's up with that. I guess that's the point that all the light is coming from, so it's brighter there. Wait, I only have 6 lights now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's only 6. Oh yeah, I just remembered. I have lights back there that I should be using instead of buying lights from here. So I'm taking these lights back there. Oh, it's already full. We have space for that. So with this bus, I have so many lights. But where did it all go? It doesn't look like this thing has lots of lights. Because most of the lights that I put are just covering up the lights that are already on the bus. Like this thing already has lights attached here. I didn't have to place my own lights. But because I wanted to add my own lights, and my own lights look very different to the ones already on the bus, I just covered up the existing lights with my own lights so that they all look the same. Yeah, that's 20 already. 5, 5, 2, 2, and then how many is that? 4 per side? Yeah, that's 20. Actually, no, that's only 3 per side. Yeah, that's still 20 though. What lights do we even want to put on this other bus? Want to take these. How many is there right now? 6? What if I put my original idea that I had on this thing? Before I had all these lights that I have on it now, I put on lights here. What color is that? 0.6. Reduced brightness to 0.75. Yeah, I thought this was too green. Don't think I want to reduce the brightness though. What's the light shining onto this? Oh, I have the headlights on this thing. Alright, I have the headlights on this thing as well. So that's already the correct angle. Just need to move it away. You don't have the darkness of the night anymore, so you can't see it anymore. But let's put the lights on anyway. What was the angle? 24. And up by 213. Could probably move this forward. There was a gap between the decal and the light. Actually, let's move these down to the fender and to here, because there's a curve there on the body anyways. Yeah, that's about gonna reach that in the fender anyway. There's a gap there at the moment. Move it forward. Wait, that's the shape of the wheel well? Oh, it's completely flat. I didn't even know it was like that. Yeah, it's just a color. Alright, our music has ended, which means it's time for a break. Um, do I not have my channel? So what should we watch? I guess we can look at the transporter playlist. Oh yeah, I found out why these were not appearing in my live tab because I unlisted these because This is the first time I was doing the weekly challenge build update testing format, and it was a mess. And that's also why there's barely any timestamps. So I just decided, nah, this isn't worth watching, even with the timestamps. So I unlisted it. But it's there in the playlist. You can still watch it. You just can't search for it because it's unlisted. And yeah, this is my one of my oldest ones. 300 carry in 1 hour. Pretty much just doing the bus route for the Cheetah. So you used to only have 5 buses. Why is the resolution so low? What the heck? Actually, we don't need that high resolution. We used to only have 5 slots in the company, and you could only put buses. So I had 5 buses in the company, and one of them is the Cheetah. And the Cheetah is the one that makes the most money, especially if the player is the one driving it. So that's what I do here. I just take over the bus and drive it myself. So the other 4 buses are supplying each terminal around Jeju Island. So there's one for Jeju, there's one for Gangjeong, one for Seong, and one for Halin terminal. They're all supplying passengers to those terminals, while this Cheetah bus is shuffling the passengers through the terminals. So they're all feeding into each other. The local buses take passengers to the terminal, and then all the passengers at the terminal gets taken to the terminals that they want to go to by the Cheetah. And once the passengers have been taken to the terminal, the local buses then take those passengers and take them to the specific bus stop that they want to go to. I don't think much happens here, so it's actually don't think we should watch that. It's a boring one. I'll come back to this though. Actually, no, I'm gonna have a short break this time, so we can just watch this for a bit.
Hello.
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 Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you very
Hello.
much. Hello. Thank you very much.
Hello.
All right, that's enough of that. That reminds me, since we're working on a bus. Oh, our companies stuff are stuck on each other again. You need to move out of the way. So my Jamusi got delayed. Where are my other Jamusis? Yeah, this guy is so late now. The other Jamusi is already on its way there as well. Hmm. Can make him bypass Gappa once he's delivered to Seong San so that he can catch back up. These two are still fine. They're not quite synced up anymore. But that's not bad. Anyway, let's check my bus routes. So in my Discord, I have a bunch of routes. I have this updated with the depot. Back in that seems a little too old because we've gotten a few updates to Ara now. What's my current Ara route? Oh, we got the drag strip, which I can't really include to the route. It doesn't work because your bus condition runs out. Although that could be because it's a dummy. Maybe I should replace it with a Roadmaster. It's still so far away though. Also, I even stopped it so that it doesn't block my trucks. So let's see what this route is. No, not system routes. My copy. It is not updated to include the hospital. And that's because I don't yet know for sure if this is even. Hmm. Actually, no, I've seen this. This route works where your bus goes here. They do drive in here and turn around, grab that. But the problem is the depot being out here. Oh wait, I didn't minimize it. Dang it. I was showing this, the hospital. This is not in my Discord route yet, but I've tested this. They go to this stop, go into the hospital, and take a U-turn here, and then go to that. So that works fine. But the problem is, before I even added this, the bus would run out of condition on its way to the depot. So now that I've added this, sometimes they run out of condition before they even make it to these bus stops. So there's not even a point in adding these ones, especially because there's no quick turnaround point here. Like this is the quickest turnaround for them, which is quite a ways. Unless they come from here, they can turn around there, but then if they're coming from here, that probably means they're coming from down here. So yeah, that doesn't work either. It's gonna be a very long way around. They're taking that. And it delays the bus from returning to the main stops, which is the Ara town itself. So I think I'm still not gonna include the drag strip, but I need to upgrade the bus from medium size to large size because the condition depletion rate depends on how full the bus is. So if it's completely full, it gets depleted faster. But if it has more seats, such as if it's a bigger bus, then it's not gonna deplete so quickly. Which means I can just export the current route that I have, make some edits to compress it. Because as you can see here, my routes are very compressed. If I paste the route from directly from the game, I get this. And I compress it by removing that and then removing a bunch of spacing. The depot, you shouldn't remove the flag. Don't need the space here though. That's the depot, the route flag one. And that's the reason why the routes are so long, so much longer in the code now. They added that because not everybody has the exact same depot. In fact, nobody has the exact same depot. Alright. right, you guys can't see all of this, huh? I should open it in full view. There we go. Oh, wait a minute. Is that why? No, it still shows that. Hmm. I don't know what's going on here. Maybe because the post is too old. So it's not showing the stuff on the right here that is cut off from the live stream. Anyways, you guys can see what I'm working on. Oh, I did not want that. And I think that's pretty much the same format as this now. In fact, it still has the same code at the top. Or the same ID. I don't know what makes the ID change. But yeah, that's the exact same ID as before. So now that I have that, I edit this and put it in there. So I now added our hospital. Alright, what else? Oh yeah, I need to also change the size. This is now for a large bus. Oh, it still says Roadmaster or Cheetah at the top. Same as the original. In fact, it even says Big Bus here. Oh yeah, I did change it. It's just that in my single player world, I never bothered replacing the dummy. Because I already have a Cheetah in the main island and the Roadmaster. And those are the only two large bosses. So I couldn't be bothered changing the dummy to another Cheetah or Roadmaster. So it's already set to Big Boss. So yeah, the only change is the hospital. What else? This is what I was using for that video earlier. Or at least this is the updated version of it. So this is the Cheetah or Roadmaster running the terminals. Wait, there's so many stuff in here. Jeju terminals? Oh yeah, there's a bunch of bus stops in between. So this is not exactly the same as the one in the video, because the one in the video was purely terminals. It didn't have any other bus stops. But still, what I was saying is, on this route, well, not the route individual, this whole set is what will give you the most money the most passive income from a company. You don't need all the company slots. You only need 5 slots. You only need 5 bosses in your company to have the highest passive income. Although obviously, if you add truck routes as well, that's gonna be good. But this is the for if you only have 5, this is the highest passive income. And you can't just add more buses. You can add the Ara bus, because that's a separate one. But you can't mess with the island anymore, because this is already fully saturated. But yeah, this is the highest passive income, and if you take over the one of the this one, the Cheetah or Roadmaster route, if you're the one who's driving the bus doing this route instead of the company, then you can make lots of money and level up your bus skill a bunch. And this is why I used to be on the number 2 or number 1 in the bus leaderboard for a long time. Because I was using this. Although that's before we got the Guangjin to Gapa bus routes. Because this thing is so overpowered. That's when I started dropping off the leaderboard because everybody who was wanting to level their bus for the leaderboard was doing Guangjin to Gapa. And that makes so much more money. At least it did for a while. They now limited how many passengers in Guangjin is. Even if you boost the town population, you don't get that many. Although I believe there's still enough passengers that it is still the best bus job even today. So even this route that I have that used to be the best is still worse than that because it's super overpowered. I don't know why they haven't nerfed the payment on that one. They definitely know it's overpowered because they nerfed the passengers that you can pick up, like I said. But the problem isn't just how many passengers you can get. It's the it's the route itself because the intended route is to go from there and follow this very long road. But you can just take the many shortcuts around the place and do that in 1/3 of the time it would have taken you. In fact, I believe it's 1/4 the time only if you just followed the route, the intended route, and that's why it pays so much. Anyway, let's get back to my routes. So we have the Halim Lilliput. This is the one that I wanted a bigger bus for. Something with 20 or so seats. The Halim one. Let's have a look at it in game. Also, let's compare my JTD route in game. That looks exactly the same as the one in my Discord. Let's check. I think the numbers got shuffled, but it's still the same. Alright, let's check this one now. HFD. Do I even have that? Yes. Right, this is Halim only. So it goes down there. 5, 7, 8, 9. What about the one in my Discord? Still goes. Wait, 11. Oh, the terminal. Wait, no, that's not a terminal. That's a depot. The depot, it's a different placement? This is number one, number two. And the 23 and 22 is the last before the depot and then the terminal. 24, 25. Oh, this one goes to the terminal. No, that not the terminal. The depot twice. 26. And then you start again. 1. Oh, and then it goes here. No, that's just the second part of the route. After that, it goes back, right? Yeah, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then it goes to the terminal again. Not the terminal. Why do I keep saying terminal? The depot. So after the terminal, it goes to the depot, turns around before continuing. Whereas the one I have only goes there once. I think I was supposed to test this but never ended up testing. So I think the correct one is the one in my Discord. But if you want to optimize the route, you can remove the second depot stop. Because like I said, it goes from the terminal and then to the depot and then here. But if you remove that, then it can go straight from the terminal to here, which is much shorter. Oh, I think the difference is the bus. It says here Lilliput. So it for the Lilliput, it runs out of condition quickly because it has a low capacity. So it needs to stop twice for the whole route. Whereas on the one that I have, it only stops once because I'm using a bigger bus. So I can add this version of the route for those who want something bigger. Because this will result in your that optimization in the route will result in higher town bonus because your bus isn't taking so long to transport the passengers. Also, I just realized the image is appearing on top of Discord. Let's move that down. Also, I noticed this thing, Rome. Yeah, it's not locked. So I actually moved this by mistake. It's not supposed to be this high. Let me check where this is supposed to go. Because I do have that saved somewhere. My screen layout. If I can find it. Actually, no, forget it. I'll fix it some other time. Where's streaming right now. Let's continue. So I can add the a more optimized version for a bigger bus. That's the depot, so don't remove the route flag. Oh, not that. That's it. Oh, it's too long. I can't put it in the same message. How do I format this? For SD200. Yeah, like that. What the? What this? Order Halim route. For higher down bonus, but higher running cost. And no, not and or more depot supply cost, I guess. What even is the correct term for this? Add a second note. If you don't have a depot, at what's the place? Xinjiang. You don't have a depot at Xinjiang. It's the same. The Lilliput route. It's not really an ore, it's the same thing. Because you're paying for the running cost with the depot supply. Not a cost though, it's a consumption. Increased depot supply consumption. Depot parts. It's called parts. When you supply pallets to the depot, it gets parts. Let's look at the depot. Yeah, it's called parts. Alright, let's look at the other routes. Gyeongsang SSD. From the terminal, it goes south. Yep. Oh, that's 24, not 4. I was wondering, why is 3 and 4 right next to each other? No, this is 3 and 4, 5, and then turn it around. 6, 7, 8, 9. Anyway, I don't need to see the whole thing. You just need to compare. This is different. And it looks more optimized. How did that happen? Why do I have a worse route than the one in Discord? Oh! This goes there. Does that work? Because that's a tight off-road trail. Do they actually use that? Surely that's why this is the route in my Discord. Let me add this route and assign my dummy there so we can see if it works. Alright, in the meantime, let's look at the other route. Gangjeong, GJD. So where's number 1? There it is. Oh yeah, you can just click through here to find the stop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then compared to this. 1, 2, 3. That looks exactly the same. Yep. So that's not changed. Actually, 26 stops. This is 27. What's the difference? No, they're both 27. Why does it say 26? Yeah, they're both 27. but for whatever reason it says 26. There's 3 stops that are done twice, so that's not the issue here. There's just a counting mistake, I guess. Yeah, everything is showing one less. This is saying 26, but there's 27. This is saying 23, but there's 24. Alright, let's continue then. The harbor route. JJD. Apartment, apartment, office district, military, and then hospital. That's the same. Yep, that's exactly the same, I believe. I see no difference. Yeah, exactly the same. So now that I added the other one, how do I... Medium bus. Yeah, that works. Because we have this extra Halim fishing route now. Speaking of depots, I'm pretty sure I'm not stocking that depot over there. Yeah, it's not included in my supply route because I'm not using that route. I'm using my others, which we should check out now. So there's another option. Only 4 buses in Jeju Island. In fact, there's also 3 buses option and 2, which is the one that I have. This is in case you still want buses, but you have too many trucks in your company. Although as you can see in mine, my current setup, I have 3 buses. One is extra, the one in Ara, 2 in Jeju Island, which leaves me with 12 trucks. I have 1 supplying depots in OG, 1 supplying depots in Jeju, 1 tanker. This tanker has containers. It has a trailer. Yeah, it has 40 feet container trailer. That's why it's also going to... It's the one supplying the Jeju depot, I think. Why does it have containers? Oh, it's supplying the 3 water factory. Yeah, that's the only place in its route that needs containers. 2 Lobos for the supermarkets to maintain that 100% town bonus. So that makes 5 trucks so far. I have 4 Jemusi semis supplying Seongsan, Gapa, and Ara supermarkets. These 4 are a pain to maintain. You need to keep them spaced out like I was mentioning earlier. So this guy is way too close to the one in front of him. Or rather, this guy needs to go faster because this guy also has the other truck behind him close by. Yeah, I also have that. Yeah, these two are a little too close, but that's fine. But these two are way too close. This guy needs to somehow go faster. Yeah, this guy is already on its way back, in fact. This guy is also too far ahead. Anyways, we're not here for the trucks. We're just counting trucks. So that makes 9 trucks. One truck supplying containers to just the meat factory, not the bakery. The bakery is usually the one that has container issues. Maybe I just have a shortage at the meat factory at some point. So let's actually check that. Because my bakery might be low now. No, it's still got plenty. Interesting. Because I haven't been checking that for a long time. So maybe it is the meat that needs more attention than the bakery. Yeah, the meat needs more containers. So that makes sense that I have a truck dedicated to that. This guy dedicated to that and the warehouse out down at OG. So that the Atlas supplying the depots contain always have pallets that he can pick up from the warehouse. And then another container truck that is dedicated to supplying the bakery and the meat factory. And that's it. That was okay, I lost count. 1, 2, 6, 8, 11 trucks. Yeah, 11 trucks. 3 buses. Well, 2 buses for Jeju Island and then a spare one. 11 trucks and a spare truck. So I have one spare bus and one spare truck for whatever I need. And that's all of the slots because you can only have 15. 11 trucks plus 2 buses, 13, leaving you with 2 spare slots, which I have 1 bus and 1 truck for, yeah. But yeah, for those who has more trucks than me, I have these optional routes to reduce your bus count. So if you have the same trucks as me, you can have 4 buses. Or 3 buses for Jeju plus the Ara one. Regardless, let's have a look at these routes. Or these ones need downloading. Can I not just select it and copy? No. Because these are too big, I believe. They couldn't fit in a single message. So I had to place them like this. Oh, I can expand it. Yeah, so I can just copy paste. I don't need to download. CCD. Last time it was updated was 7. Oh yeah, I should be putting that. 0.17. Well, this is not even a 17 update, but because the Ara Hospital has been there for a while now. Anyway, I updated it now in 17. I should be writing those down. I guess I'll just add it here as a note. Alright, let's go back here. Expand so I can copy CCD. What is my CCD? Oh yeah, I believe this one is where I have the in-game names reversed. So we can check now if the one in the Discord is also reversed. CC means counterclockwise. So this should be going that way. So this one starts Gangjiang. It goes east. Wait. Yeah, this is counterclockwise. And then goes to Jeju. It doesn't go to Halim. It goes right back to Gangjiang first. And then from Gangjiang, it skips Seong and goes straight back to Jeju. And then it finally goes to Halim. And then to Gangjiang. And then it repeats. So let's see what I have in my Discord. Is it exactly the same? So far, it looks to be the same. Even that placement is the same, I believe. Yeah, that looks the same. 43 stops. 43. Wait, why do we have 2 difference in the count now? Why is it telling 41 when there's 43? What's up with the counter here? Anyways, so that is correct. CCD. So my in-game route names just got mixed up then. Because I actually had to fix that in my in-game routes. I had them backwards where the counterclockwise route was named clockwise. I fixed this like yesterday, I think. The naming. But in my Discord it's correct. I don't know how that happened. So this one is the clockwise. It skips Seong first to Gangjiang, goes to Halim, and then goes to Seong. And then from Gangjiang it goes back to Jeju. So 43 stops, let's import the one from my Discord and compare. Keep Seong, go into Halim, and then goes to Seong, Gangjiang, and then Jeju. Yep, the sounds about the same. Check out the Gangjiang one. Wait, that's the same. We've checked this. The GJD. I call them differently if they have a similar function but the route is different. So this is exactly the same as the one we saw before. Yeah, JJD, we've looked at that. We can look again, I guess. At least the count, 24 stops. Yeah, still 24. Yeah, that still looks the same. Check the Gangjeong one. Yeah, looks the same to me. So there's... Is there anything to update? I don't think so. There's no changes on the bus stop in Gangjeong or Jeju. Yeah, those are still all the same. I still don't include the harbor because I've never seen a passenger that can be picked up there. Unlike this one and the dealership. And that is despite the fact that I have supermarkets fully supplied and buses transporting passengers. So I have lots of population. There's still never a passenger there to pick up. So I don't know what's up with that. Also, is this guy? No, he's still making his way there. Oh, and he's going all the way up there. Alright. Oh, I didn't give him the route? Why is the route different? 21. He's supposed to make a turn here. Why is he showing a different road now? Anyways, we'll see that when he gets there. What should I write? It doesn't sound quite right. Necessary. That sounds. This just sounds longer. And we can just remove it, I guess. Yeah, that sounds a lot better. So I checked it in version 7.17. Nothing to update. Actually, let's do that instead. Nothing to update. No, that sounds wrong. Let's just keep no update. Let's check this one. 3 buses. I have a note for this one. The route is set up differently than the one without depot. Oh! Yeah, because in this case, you have a different up. If you don't have a depot, you get a completely different route than if you have a depot. Whereas on the other routes, I believe it says, yeah, in 7.14 we got the depots. And it says, if you see an invalid entry in the route because you don't have the depot, that just means you don't have the depot. It will still work without issues and there's no need to change the route. But yeah, for this one, the fact that there's no depot changes the route. So let's copy this. JDLD, I don't think I have that in my in-game routes. Because you can only have so many routes. Oh, I do have it. This is maxed out as well, 50 of 50, which is part of the reason why there's a difference. between the depot, the route with the depot and the one without. So from Jeju to Seong, Gyeongjeong. Wait, what is this route? Jeju double loop. We still can't add more than 50 routes. Or stops, right? Yeah, we still can only have 50. Where are we? Wait, we're at 18 already? Yeah, we are. So it just does a loop. Oh, it does a full loop of the island, but once it's back to the starting point, it goes straight to go to the other side of the island instead of going around. And then it does an opposite loop. So it started clockwise, now it's going counterclockwise. So once it's done the counterclockwise loop, it once again goes straight back across the island instead of around it. And these two depots are so perfectly placed for this. Well, not quite for Gangjeong. The one for Jeju is. For Gangjeong, it's not quite, because your bus has to go up to this road to get to that depot and then to the terminal, instead of just following the main road. On Jeju, it's pretty much the same road. They just turn earlier and then go back to the main road instead of following just the main road. Anyway, let's import the one from my Discord and compare. Yeah, that's still the same. Yeah, it goes around the island and then across and then opposite counterclockwise now. Yep, that's the same. Let's check the one without. Alright. Let's check the one without a depot. Ah. What's the route called? JDL. Yeah, because the capital D here is depot. So that's the one I don't have in game. So we don't have any comparison point. Yeah, I don't have it. It should be the same, but there's gonna be two extra bus stops now that there's no depot, and it's slightly different as well now that the depot is not part of the route. So it still goes to around the island. Oh, what happened? Yeah, around the island and then across and then counterclockwise. Then across again. So there must have been bus stops somewhere that got added compared to the other one because there's no depot in this one. All right. Looks good anyways. This is the same route again. GJD. Let's see if it actually is the same. GJD. That's that route that we've seen before. And it looks the same. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure at some point I double checked one of the sets and then copied all the similarly named routes to the other sets. So these are all exactly the same, including what bus is recommended for the routes. But let's double check regardless. Once again, yep, that's the same. So let's write the same thing. And finally, the two buses. This is what I have. Or rather, this is what I'm using. So that I have one spare bus. Oh yeah, speaking of spare buses, let's check what this guy is doing. Yeah, he's on the way here now. He's almost there. Does he turn through the dirt to follow the intended route? Or does he do some weird go-arounds here? If he does turn through the dirt, then I should update. No, I don't have anything to update in Discord because that's already what's in the Discord. I just need to replace the other route that I have, which is wrong. Because on my route that I have, it goes from the concrete factory down to Piosan, and then up to the orange farm. Whereas the intended route from Discord is from concrete factory to the orange farm and then Piosan. Which is much better. As you can see, the routes here is like that. Well, that's not it. But yeah, as you can see here, when I'm editing the route, this is the correct line. This is what the bus actually goes through. It goes around here. Whereas the one from my Discord, it doesn't go there. It's all much more efficient in the routing. But yeah, let's see if that's actually how it goes. Because according to this, which is different, it doesn't turn through the dirt. But if I posted the route that goes through the dirt in my Discord, it's probably because it does work correctly. I just don't remember if it actually does. So we're having to check now. A long time after I posted. Well, probably I updated the route at some point, so it's not as long as it may look like. Although I don't understand how I ended up having a different route in game than what I have in my Discord. I'm pretty sure I've seen company vehicles and AIs use this road, but the concrete bus stop is there, so they need to use this one, and this one I'm not so sure about. So are you gonna turn? Please turn. Yes, he does. Okay. So let's export and update this one to the correct route. And I don't need this anymore. He can stop whatever he's doing because he's a spare bus anyway. Alright, so now he's idle. So there's no need to update this either. Well, not this. The other one. Where is that route? SSD? That's the one, right? Yeah, SSD. Let me format this the same as the others. So I checked it, but unlike the others, I actually have an update, which is to provide an additional optional route. If you don't mind the extra running cost or parts consumption if you have a depot. Well, you should have a depot, because if you don't have a depot, this is the same as the Lilliput route. The only difference is you can use a bigger bus, but then you're gonna have a higher running cost and no benefit. Like the reason this one has the bigger bus is because of the depot. The depot makes the route longer, so the bigger bus does better. Although it's part of the reason why I stuck with the Lilliput here is these buses are too big. So I that's why I really want to have a bus with like 20 or so capacity. But unfortunately, we don't have one yet. Alright, what else? Is that all of it? Oh yeah, we were checking the one that I'm using. Is this exactly the same as the one that I have in game? CW2D. I have CWD and CW2D. My buses are using. Where are my buses? Yeah, the 2D. Because the non-2 route is for 3 buses, isn't it? No, it's the 4 buses. Yeah, CCD and CWD. So let's check this. This should be very similar though, as the CCD routes. In fact, I don't even know why there would be much difference. Hmm. Oh, this is a completely split. Yeah, because the CCD and CWD are double loop routes. No, wait, I'm thinking of something else. This is clock counter and clockwise. What was I thinking about? The double looping. Is it the JTD? It might be. So what's the difference then? Why do I have two versions of a counter and clockwise route? Oh, because these ones, since there are four bosses, you already have Gangjong and Jeju covered with the other bosses. So let's actually look at the route. Yeah, they're completely skipping the rest of the Gangjong and Jeju. They're only going to the terminal. Whereas on this one, the 2D routes, let me copy that again. Which one did I copy? The clockwise. Whereas on this one, because you don't have a bus for Jeju and Gangjong, they do go through the bus stops in Gangjong and Jeju. But that means they're skipping these bus stops inside because you can only have 50 stops, so you can't include that. So this one goes east to Xinjiang, and then goes through Gangjong, goes west to Halim, goes through Jeju, and that's it. Yeah, just it's a single loop. Let's import the one from my Discord. This should be exactly the same. Oh, my Discord one is where the incorrect naming is. This is what I mentioned earlier. It's called the clockwise route, but it's actually the counterclockwise one. And I can't just edit this because this is a file attachment. Well, that's fine because you should be using them in pair anyway. It doesn't matter. But well, we can say just the names are backwards as an update. Let's check the routes first though. So it goes to Seong, goes through Jeju. They go to the terminal of the area of Jeju and Gangjong first before the terminals or the bus stops in that area so that they can unload passengers that only want to go to the terminal, not on the other stops, and also pick up passengers from the terminal that wants to go to the other places in Jeju. You can't do the same strategy for Seong and Halim because of how spread out the bus stops on those areas are. Oh, and the Oedo as well is a separate one. And maybe the airport? Well, for this one, because this is the counterclockwise route, it has to go to Oedo after anyways. But it can't go to the terminal before this one. Otherwise, that's gonna take much longer. So let's compare that with the correctly named one. So that's supposedly this one. Yeah, everything looks the same and correct. Oh, same thing with these ones. Actually, it goes all the way back here. Obviously, the bus has to go through these ones first before the terminal. Otherwise, it will have to make a very long trip back if you want to make it go to the terminal first. But yeah, that seems right. Let's check the other one. This is the clockwise route that I just incorrectly named counterclockwise. Whoa, what happened here? Hmm, why is that like that? Yeah, this is what we were looking at earlier. Because this is the clockwise route. 19, 20, 21. Why is there a route up there? Oh, it's the invalid depot. It's not invalid though, it's right there. What if I import, save it, and then edit? No, it's still broken. Oh, I forgot to minimize for you guys. I was looking at this. It goes to nowhere. And it's because of this, I think, the invalid depot route. Or at least it's saying invalid, but it's right there. It recognizes the bus stop. Or rather, the depot. The weekly challenge is just a random vehicle selected by the game every week. So if you go to the leaderboard section, you have this week challenge. I don't know why it's saying beta here. This feature has been in the game for a long time, so I don't know why it still says beta. Oh, it's saying Evan now. Yeah, because it's 13 minutes ago. Every week is when the challenge shuffles to the next vehicle. But yeah, the game selects a random vehicle every week. It's mostly just the racetrack lap times. Although we now have the Dragstrip as well, and there's also top speed and jump. Everything else is a racetrack lap time. Uh, the the one I started with though is Air City. Last week's. It's last week by now. As of 14 minutes ago, the Air City is last week's challenge, and we finished it anyways. In fact, oh, I haven't uploaded it yet to the workshop, but I got the number 1 spot on Ansan, so let's actually get that screenshot. But yeah, I'm working on bus routes at the moment. Well, I was working on the build that I used. to set the lap time, which is this. But then I ended up working on the routes. That's why I was looking at my company menu when you came in. So I have the screenshot of me getting the #1 spot. And I'm gonna upload the build for that. It's just that I'm not done working with it yet. Let me put the image of that on screen. Um, where is it? There it is. Oh, that's not working how it's supposed to. I need to change these transform settings. Yeah, this is from last week's, well, a few minutes ago. As of a few minutes ago, that was on the leaderboard. I managed to get the #1 spot, which I wasn't expecting, but makes sense after what we went through to get that. Makes sense that we managed to nab it, but with more than 2-second margin even. I'm gonna guess Llama, the guy in second, went with the EV1 speed or a 6 speed, whereas I went with the 4 speed. And the 4 speed is a torque converter type transmission. And that's why it worked quite well. At least that's what I think. Anyway, we were looking here in my Discord. We just finished. Check. I only have one note, and that is apparently the route names are swapped. TC2D is the clockwise route. CW2D is the counter clockwise route. But yeah, normally I'd only go for the weekly challenge track lap time if it's a car, but this time I wanted to test the handling of the bus, so I took it to the track to test the handling, and I managed to get like 6, maybe 8 seconds behind Llama's time. And then I decided I may as well give it a few changes to make it go faster. And it worked out. I made a few a few changes and managed to get to the #1 spot. Anyway, now that the routes are all updated and done, I believe, yeah, these are all truck routes. By the way, link to my Discord is in my about on both YouTube and Discord or Twitch rather. You can get these routes from my Discord under the company routes forums. So now that we're done with that, we can go back to finishing the build so that we can finally upload it. What's the color again? 0.6. So yeah, that's correct. 196. I don't like the fact that the blue is spilling into the black. And I don't like that there's this like it looks like a gap. So I'm actually gonna move these back. One more. Move this forward. One more. Alright, yeah, I like that much better. I'm gonna do the same thing here. Oh yeah, the color of this should be blue. I give this one a different color because it's got this lighter blue on this side, whereas this side is only the normal blue. In fact, I should probably make this the same blue as this one. So let me check what color blue that is. Decals. Oh, it's just a less saturated, darker blue. That doesn't really work with lights though. Maybe the less saturation. Because if you just make the light darker, it doesn't change the color. It just gives less light. Oh, there's still a gap there. So that doesn't really fix that issue. But I still much prefer not having the thingy there before. Yeah, this is just making the light weaker. So I think I'll only adjust the saturation. Also, let's remove these so that I can add this color now. Yeah, that looks better in my opinion. It's not too blue anymore. Let's also add this color. So I still need to move this one up so that it's not shining onto the black. I moved it too far back now. Move it forward. There's a gap between the black of the light and the black panel, but I'm okay with that. Because even if I move it down to remove that gap, the light will create a gap anyways. So this is now up 198. Let's also move this 198. So we now have 8 lights on the bus. Oh yeah, there's also the XL in the back that we can put lights for. I might want to replace this light on the sides then. Hmm. This would look so much better if we can just decal the windows. But unfortunately we can't. There's so many lights I want to put on this thing. But I also like the lights that I already have on it. So I guess we can continue adding lights. But we're gonna run out of light slots before I get to put all the lights that I want, I think. Oh yeah, that thing, you can see that light from inside as well. I don't know why I didn't think of that sooner. 198. What's the rotation? 24. Save it. Yes. 419. Then put it here as well. 198, 272. Give it that color and this color and assign them to engine. Same with this one. Turn to engine and just turn the engine on so we can see it light up. Oh, why does it look wrong on this side? Does it need to be? Yeah, it needs to be 137. There we go. I don't like that it's clipping through the door. So I'm actually just gonna remove that and this as well. Because this circular shape is on this side anyway. And then I'm gonna uninstall this and put it back so that it goes to number 8 slot. What color did I put on these ones? Let's actually put this, because that's the same color as this one anyway. So I should have put that to begin with. Yeah, I think on this one I prefer that color as well. Yeah, on this one, that's better too. So we're back to only 8 lights, but I still have lots of lights I want to put on. What else do I want? Some lights on the doors. We can use this on the doors. Which part of the door moves? Oh, those doors clip through the floor. I never noticed that. Why is there even a piece here on the floor? It's not on the other side. The other side is flat. This side has some kind of piece in there. I don't think that's supposed to be there. Yeah, same here. But on the other side, it's still flat. So I think that's that's not supposed to be there. But also, this is not an in-house model, so I don't think they're gonna fix that. They're just gonna add an in-house version of this bus eventually, maybe. Anyways, was looking at the door. So what do I want to do with the door? Hmm. Maybe in the middle? Oh, there's a gap there. Yeah, if I fill in the middle, how do I want to place the light though? If I put in a light facing outwards, when the door opens, it's gonna be facing at each other. If I point it forwards and back, it's gonna be facing outside when it's open, which is good. So I think I like that. Gonna have to rotate the light that way. I wish there was an option for the door. Like if the door is open, the light turns on. I would have liked that. I can set it to interior. Also, this door looks to be at an angle. Similar to this light. This light is also at an angle. It doesn't look like it's matching though. Oh, because I'm rotating it at the wrong angle. Is it this? This one doesn't match either. I can't match the angle of the door. Well, that's a problem. Hmm. If I put the light, yeah, it has an angle of 1. And it does match the angle this way. Maybe I need to mess with the rotations some other way. Um, yeah, so if I rotate this, no, that still does that. Oh wait, they're both doing the same thing now? Yeah, this is the same rotation as the roll now. So I need to adjust. Hmm. If I do that, that doesn't work. But I can do that. I wanted the other side though. But we still don't have the correct angle. Yeah, we can't copy the door angle. Not with the light facing the way I want it to. So I'm gonna have to just do it the other way. Not the way that I would have wanted. Wait, is that sitting right? It is. What? Is there a different angle on this part of the door than that? Because this is just 90, whereas the middle part, yeah, it has a 1 degree angle in the middle. Regardless, this is the one that I can work with. Actually, I don't want to have to turn it on and off. And it's not facing inside anyways. So let's just have it on the engine. So now if I open the door, it's gonna go face inward. Now you can see this panel is angled, unlike the door. But this inside part of the door is angled that same way. Don't like that. Hmm. What if I open it now and then place the light here? And then flip it. And then close the door. You can't see it. Yeah, that doesn't work. Alright, I'll just place it here then. Is this like big enough for... Where do I even place this though? Yeah, I can't place it on the door because there's two pieces of the door. I can place it up here. Oh yeah, I can just place these lights on the outside. But it looks better when it moves with the door. Even though this top light is not gonna move with the door. I can put two lights on each door instead. But that's worse. Because when you open the door, you won't see a line anymore. Because it's gonna be split between those. So yeah, I think I'll do it this way. And save me the light slots. And how many lights do we have now? 11. Then I want one in the bottom as well, so you can see where the floor of the bus is. And then there's another door here, so that's gonna be another 4 lights. So I'm only gonna have 4 light slots left. Which is not enough for what I wanted. Hmm. Oh well, it'll just have to be enough. I'll just have to come up with something with only needs 4 lights. Or nah, I like these lights. These door lights are like the best part now of this build. I like these the most. So there's no way I'm taking these off just so I can have other lights. Nope, that's not what I want. Wait, yeah, it is minus 90 on the pitch. Well, this is minus 180. Oh yeah, because this one is facing up, whereas the other one is facing out. Oh, it's sticking out of the floor. Unless I angle it more. It's gonna be more visible that way anyway, so that actually works out. Alright, let's put the same lights here. These stick out as well, but I can't do much other than giving it also more angle. Yep, looks good. I have more of these here. I only need 2 though. Those are higher. Hmm. This door seems to be slightly lower, but not enough for me to move this down. Alright, I can only add 4 more lights. This thing has a bunch of turn signals on the side, unlike the Cheetah, where the lights on the sides don't function as as turn signals. Do they also light up with the headlights? They do. However, it lacks turn signals on the front and the back, even though it has plenty of those on those sides. So that's what I'll be putting instead. I'll put some maybe on the corner. Which light do I even want to use for a turn signal? Maybe this light piece? Actually, no. It should be this one. Because this one shine. This is a thick one. So if I place it like at an angle that way, not quite what I had in mind. Hmm. I guess I don't have to place it towards the back, huh? Because it sticks out anyway. Yeah, that works. You can see it from both the side and the back. Maybe I should orient it the other way though, instead of like what I did. Oh, that's perfect. It's nighttime, so it's quite dark. We can clearly see the lights now. Let's actually move it to a darker place. 'Cause there's a bunch of lights shining there. Oh right, I shouldn't be turning off the engine. I see some of the lights didn't turn off with the engine though. Let's fix that first. Yeah, these ones are not assigned to engine on. I thought I changed these already. Oh, this one. Well, probably this one. Yep. This light is shining on the door, unlike all the other lights. And I actually do like that, because you can clearly see the door because of it. So I like that light moves. Oh yeah, because this light is shining on the door when it's closed. So you can see that the door is closed. But now that it's open, it's shining on the floor, and so are these. So you can see that it's open. So the only light that I need to adjust is the top one, so that it's also shining on the door. What's the angle on this light? 15. That doesn't work. It clips through here. That's too much angle. Yeah, it should be shining at the top of the door if possible. But I also want it angled slightly, not quite flat like that. Hmm. Oh, I guess 15 is actually fine. That's the same angle as the one below anyway. Oh, the problem is this side. That side is lower, the part of the bus. So it's clipping through the light. And I don't think I can make an adjustment that small. Yeah, it's a roll, but not 1 degree. I need a lot less than one. Like a 0.2 degrees. So I'm just gonna have to have that, I think. Actually, no, let's just not have an angle. Because you don't need to see the light itself anyway. That's the whole point of making it shine on the door. Is that you can see the door. No, you don't need to see the light itself. It's like sticks out too much, I'll say. Let's not have it that far out. Not that deep though. Hmm. I guess like that. Yeah, that works. We don't quite have the same thing at the front, but that's fine because that's the whole reason I picked this light because it sticks out, so it doesn't need to be at an angle to be visible.
Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Dashing through the snow in a one-horse
Wait, these
open
are all
sleigh.
turn signals already.
O'er the fields we go,
So I just added
singing
even more to the
all the
sides.
way. Bells on bobtail ring, making spirits bright. What fun it
Oh,
is
this one
to
doesn't light up with the
ride in
headlights.
sleighs on
So now it's
sleigh
darker when
bells.
the
Jingle
turn
bells,
signal is
jingle
off.
bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells,
Yeah, I
jingle
think
all the way. Oh,
this
what
was a
fun it
mistake
is to
to have
ride in
these
a
lights
one-horse
on the
open
side. I
sleigh.
really need
Jingle
something
bell rock
on the
me
front or the
boat.
back
Thought I'd take a
because the sides
ride.
already got lots
Will
of
soon make
lights.
plenty bright. Was seated by my
And for
side.
that purpose,
Nose was lean and lank.
I
His
think I'll go
caution
with these
seemed
ones.
wise. We ran into a drifted bank, and there we got upside. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
Way better that way because it's the front and the back that's missing some turn signal lights. I should just add this to the palette instead of repeatedly having to select. And you can identify the front from the back with just the top lights because the back is gonna have these downward pointing ones, unlike the ones in the front. Why does that look wrong? Oh, because it is wrong. Also, 1 degrees is not quite enough. It needs to be 5 degrees. And that's all 20 lights. I can't see the light from this angle, but that's fine. Oh yeah, I can't see the light from an angle either. But the point of the light is to give light anyway, not for the light itself to be visible. It's just a bonus that the lights are visible. And I think that's it for the build. It's done now. Do I want to change the interior light at the front? I don't think so. So that's the number one light. One light on the side. One light there. The first 4 lights are still exactly the same as before. Before today, at least. Because I've updated these already compared to the one in the workshop. Oh, and this white light at the front as well. And this light at the back. So the first 6 lights. And then from there, we have additional lighting. If we could put so many more lights, I would put so many more lights, but we can't. Alright, so let's upload this already. Oh, didn't quite make the corner. So we're gonna have 2 builds uploaded from today of this bus. The first one is this one, the one I used to set the lap time. And the other one is the comfort setup. Oh right, it's not here. I was thinking of this one, which is not an Air City bus. Let me actually move this here. Where's my other Air City? There it is. So I'm gonna download a portion of this build. The paint. I didn't update the paint. Do I want to update the paint though? Are these the correct color? 0.25? Is that what decal is? It is 0.25. Where did I even get that color from? I don't see. Oh, these bits. I want to match that. Which one is body 2? Let's make it shiny so we can clearly see. This section looks very shiny. Wait, why is it looking like the whole bus is shiny now? This doesn't look shiny. You know what? I can't tell which part, so I'm just gonna first I guess is to download this anyways. The paint uh yeah, that's gonna be a different FDR. These are all the same. These are different because this is the comfort build. Whereas the other one is the one that I'm downloading is for racing. Oh yeah, I didn't change the dampers on the racing one. You could have probably could have went with us with weaker dampers on the racing build because of the softer springs. But it worked out for me anyways. I got number 1 by more than 2 seconds. Definitely not the height. These are the same. I want the attachments. I don't want the clutch removed. I don't want the spacer removed either. So yeah, I'm only downloading the decals and the attachments. Makes sense. Oh, what happened? Why is the front looking different now? Wait, this decal doesn't cover that part of the bus. Interesting. Yeah, I saved one decal slot by not having that part of the bus covered. I still have this decal though, covering most of the bus. Let me hide that for now. So this is body 1? The white? No, it's the gray that is body 1. Why did everything look shiny though? Oh yeah, it's not. It's just these ones. Yeah, those are different. Well, I don't want those to be different, so I'm just gonna have the same texture for the whole bus. And we're trying to match this. I think 25 was probably correct. Trying to look here. Kinda hard to see. There's this shadow around the thing is making it hard to tell whether I have the color matching or not. Let's move the bus out of the garage. Maybe we'll see better. And so the roughness makes it so that the light is reflected from more angles, is how I explain it anyways. Yeah, you can see if I lower the roughness, you can't really see much of the light reflecting off. But the more I increase it, the more the light reflection is covering the paint. This one is quite well covered. Maybe like 30. It looks like the color is spot on, 0.8. Maybe even 0.75. No, I think it is 0.8. Well, we can also adjust the brightness of the color, but I think it's already correct. 0.25, 0.8. I just need to match the roughness now. Looks like I have it fairly close, maybe 0.33 or 3.5. Okay, 3.5 looks closer. Let's try 0.4. 0.4 is too much. Alright, looks like I got it. 0.8 and 0.35. And now I need to make it white. And give it the same on this one. The windows, I guess, can have the same thing, since it's a heavily tinted window. Wait, it's only 0.8. And then you can restore this decal, cover that. And that's the comfort setup. So this one is wrong, or at least the paint on it is wrong. This is the one for racing. So let me fix that now. Let's on this one. Download the correct paint. Wait. Oh, that's not the brake balance. Yeah, you can clearly see the difference. From here, it looks like it's too bright, even though that's the same color. I never changed the color of the decals. I only changed the metallic and roughness of the paint. But on this one, it actually looks like it's a match, whereas here it looks wrong. the original one. The original one has this bit there, but on this updated one, because I have more decals, in order to save on the decal slots, I had to move it to this side. So let's upload the corrected one, I guess. Oh, they're still not the same number following each other. Someone already uploaded something else in the workshop. So we can delete this because it's wrong. Oh, I should have fixed the dampers. Alright, let's delete that again. And adjust the dampers. Because this is soft, 800, 200. So probably 300 on the rear. Yeah, that's it. Now it's actually correct. Oh wait, let's check the lights if they're working properly, because sometimes, yeah, they bug out. So I need to fix both of them. Before you upload your builds to the workshop, make sure to check your lights. And I don't mean look at them, I mean go to the garage, go to browse, click anything on the workshop so that these removes all your lights, or at least replaces them, even if it's the exact same build, like the one that I'm looking at here. And then when you back out, you now have the actual lights that you have saved. It looks like the one on the workshop is correct though. It was just the one that I have saved that is wrong. The one on the workshop has the yellow piece, and that is the only one wrong. Yeah, same with this one. Oh, it's not. It's blue. Not light mode, light color. Let's look at the workshop again. Now that I changed that, if I click on this, it's not blue anymore. What? Alright, I'm gonna try. Does the workshop really have the correct color light or not? Because the one I uploaded has the wrong color. But when I uploaded it, I was still seeing the correct color on the bus. So I'm gonna go on this stock Air City, which does not have any of those lights. Yeah, it's wrong. The one on the workshop. So let's delete that. Let me spawn my other Air City as well. Despawn. Now everything is correct. can see those lights turning on and off. Get a better look. Now that I have the lights on the doors and this light, I don't like this light as much anymore. That's gonna free up 3 light attachments. In fact, I don't like this very much either. That will free up 5. I can think of something to use 3 light attachments for. But what will I use the other 2 for? Let's go back to this part of the garage where I have the light storage truck. And remove these lights. Wait, I'm already full? Oh, because it's a differently colored light. Or rather, these are differently colored lights. Because these are old lights. Yeah, these are green. Oh wait, the green is the same color as the new light. Why is it not merging then? They're the same. Lightstrip 02. They're both green. Yeah, they're all Lightstrip 02s. Why wasn't it letting me merge? Oh, now I can. Why was it telling me that my inventory was full before? Also, I have Lightstrip 1? Oh, because I swapped it. Duh. Yeah, it was the old color. These are blue. You can't buy these anymore. Because we have the light color feature anyway. You can only buy the green. So the lights that I removed, I guess it's over on that bus. I can keep those lights on that version. In fact, yeah, I'm only gonna change the lights on that one. And since I deleted the ones in the workshop, I'm gonna upload this one now. Alright, there goes the racing one with this version of lighting. I'm gonna change the lighting on this one though. In fact, I might even change the front and back lights too. No, the back lights look good. The front, not so much. So at the moment, I have 5 lights that I can add. If I take this off, I can add 6. Hmm. Can I put lights in there and are they still gonna be visible? Probably not during daytime. We can have a look, I guess. We're gonna have some light soon. In the meantime, I'm gonna put the 3 lights that I was thinking of. I don't think I have any more of those here. Maybe I don't have any more of those. Oh, I can't use that for that purpose. Because that's a flashing light. I need this light. But this is bigger. Well, it fits not quite. It's sticking out round the place, but it kind of fits. It's just gonna have a small piece sticking out. Actually, let's have them in order. So this one should move this side. The 2, 3, 4 goes like that. Although number 1 light is on this side. So that's actually backwards, but that's fine. It's a different light anyway. So 7 and 8 slot are the ones that are still available. Alright, let me change these now. And now that I have those, I actually want to change this to engine on. Oh, but now it's gonna flash. So I have to replace these. We need a separate flash option for those lights so that we can use them without the flashing. I believe someone has already made post about that while asking for that change. This is the same settings as I have on my trucks. And I guess the first one is not actually a truck. It's my Cheetah that has this light setup. Where the three in the middle is set to headlights and the corner ones are set to engine on. Why is this one not lit up? I thought I signed it already. My buses are stuck on each other? Oh, because one is coming from this road while the other is from the other road. That's the first time I've seen them get stuck on each other there. They're both trying to go to the depot. But yeah, I've adopted the same thing on these trucks. Although this one uses that light. And then this one uses these lights. So if I turn the headlights on, it's the middle ones that light up. But if I turn the engine on, it's the corner ones. I think I'm keeping these ones as turn signals though. Because the front has way more... Well, actually, no. It has one extra turn signal already. And I don't think I can fit the big square light back there anyway. This was a tight fit. I don't think it fits there. Okay, the one in the back is the equivalent of this light. Because this light is not on the back side. Does the front have turn signals? It does. The bottom there. Those are turn signals, right? Yes. Oh, the headlights and high beams are the same. So I can use my other light slots for that? Yeah, 17 and I have 17 and 18 available. We can make it so that which one should light up? I guess this one should be high beam, or should it be the other one? No, it should be the middle, right? On my cars, uh, let's look at my cars, how I have them set up. Yeah, the outer one. Wait, that's not even lighting up. Oh, that's the engine light. Because it has those lights. So it lights up the middle one first. This one is backwards. Lights up the outer one first. No, it's also engine on. What about this one? Is it the same? Oh, yeah, it is. The middle one first. Hmm. Why do I feel like that's backwards? I should have put them the other way around. Yeah, this one lights up the outer first. Oh, but that's headlights though, which is the same for my other cars. It's the outer one that is on the headlights. Yeah, it's the outer ones that should be lighting up first. The problem with these ones is these are assigned to the engine, not headlights. This one has 4 lights, so I can assign it correctly. In that the engine is the outer one, and the headlights is the outer ones, and those are the high beams. Hmm. Let's look for more examples where there's yeah, this one has the engine lights in the middle too. The inner ones rather, not middle. By the way, I may as well show it now since we're looking at it. I'm trying out some light attachments, custom light attachments. So this is supposedly a Dory police wrecker, or at least an old police car, but we don't have a car version of the Dory. We only have the pickup and the wrecker. So I thought I'd put it on the wrecker. So you have those old style lights at the top, old style police car lights. This one has supposedly a microphone in the middle. Not microphone. What's it called? The loud thingy. The, whatever that's called. And then a red and blue. A small red with big blues. This one only has a single red. Same with this. Because they have custom tail lights. So this one, I guess we need to get in to see how it works. So if you turn the engine on, you get the middle light. You have your turn signals. You have the brakes. And then those are the headlight lights. I covered up the the actual tail lights with a bunch of light bars. This one is just the default. This one also has a custom one. I don't like this very much. Still playing around with it, which is why I just have them just like the other stuff. I have the lights set up, but not uploaded to the workshop. Oh yeah, this one also has a new livery. This is based on a real life old police car livery. Oh, and it also has custom grill. I deleted some of the grill by covering it up. And then the extra lights went to the corner light spotlights. This one only had one extra, whereas this one had two. This one did not have any extra because you need so many lights to make this real light setup. This one is also lots of lights, but it did have one extra still. Oh yeah, I didn't show how this one works. So you have your turn signals. You even have reversing lights. Wait, does this one have... We didn't see the reverse on this one. It has that tiny reverse light in the middle. So yeah, this one, reverse, turn signals. Engine light is that one. The brake light is the middle, and then your headlights are those. So you get a full bar when you have all the engine and the headlights on. But if you don't have the headlights, you only got the middle bar. And if you're not braking, then you only get those two. Unless for some reason your engine is off, but your headlights is on, then you have the side ones. Doesn't really make sense to have that, but these are also all different builds, and they're all in the workshop. This one is the one for Ansan Speedway with the 400 horsepower. I'm not sure which is which on these two. I think not there. This is 320. This is 240. I still don't know which was which. But one of these two is the one for Ole Speedway. I got number one on both Ole and Ansan as far as I remember. The other one is just an extra one that... Oh, I think this one is for taxi. None of them have a taxi license anymore though. Maybe I can put a taxi license on this one and make the other one the Ole Speedway build. Not, I don't think the taxi sign is gonna look good on this one. But yeah, one of them is for taxi build. It just doesn't have a license anymore. Anything else new here? I don't think so. Maybe on the other side. I've uploaded these ones already. I guess the Porsche one, I updated the paint and that's it. Oh yeah, I'm trying some different lights on it. Still playing around with it. It's kind of hidden there on the bumper because it's called very dark color. At least when it's off, it's very dark. Same thing in the back, maybe? Oh wait, no, the back is the middle one. Wait, you have those turn signals, and you alternate with the hazard by activating the hazard at a timing. Oh yeah, there's also those massive lights underneath. So if you turn the engine on, you have those the upper half light up, and then that's the headlights, the standard headlights, and you have the high beams. Although I guess you also get the flashing from the high beams. And I think that's also the Ansan Speedway build. I don't think I got number one though for Ansan Speedway with the Fordham. Maybe I did. I definitely didn't get number one in Ole though. At least not the most recent weekly challenge of the Fordham. Maybe in the past I've gotten. No, in the past I didn't do Ansan. I only did Ole. But yeah, I don't remember anymore. So long ago. Uh, anyways. Oh yeah, I have more lights here. Let's take some of these. Well, I only have one space in my inventory. Wait, is there? No, that's just the side mirror. Anyways, it's time for a break again. Go back here. Oh yeah, we were making this. I think I should just finish this up and end the stream already instead of taking a break and then not doing much after. Oh, that actually fits almost perfectly. Oh, but as we saw, it should be the outer one. No, I think for this one, it actually works that this is the high beam. So let me just finish this, and then that's it for this stream. Oh yeah, I wanted to test the torque converter on the Cheetah as well. You know what? Let's continue the music, just so we still have music. We'll finish this, quickly test the torque converter on the Cheetah, and then be done with today. You know what? Let's try the square light in the back. It's full of lights now, though, so I need to remove one first. Oh, it's full. Let's remove that. And what's this light? Square light 02. This is. It doesn't say which light this is, but this is. Oh, it's when you buy this square light 5, which is not in the crop. Hopefully this fits. Doesn't look like it does. I think I want this rotation. No, I don't want this because it makes it stick out that side. We're still sticking out here though. So I think we're just gonna have to have it stick out on that side. But at least with this rotation, it's sticking out at the same angle. Unlike if I use this one. Yeah, it's sideways that way. So let's make it also amber and the headlights. Wait, it's not headlights, it's engine on. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Better than having additional turn signals, because this thing already has so many turn signals on the side. But I still wanted a light on the corners, top corners of the bus. So I'm putting these. Alright, this thing is done now. Let's have a look again. Let's go to this darker section. We can more clearly see the light. So now if we turn the headlights, it's only the side ones that light up, and then the high beams light up the middle one. It's also a bigger light now than before, which makes sense because it's the high beam. And then we get lots of lights around the bus when we turn on the engine. Have lights around the doors, lights on the corners, and a bar light at the front and the back. I do like the light bar in the back. I don't like the front one as much. Also, maybe we can do something about this middle glow here. I don't like it. And if I move it forward, it's still there. What is even causing that? Is that just how it is? Yeah, I don't think there's anything I can do with that. Maybe I should replace this with a smaller light at the lower part. Is this smaller light big enough though for what I want? Not really. Yeah, it's too small. Can't think of any other light though to replace this. Oh, maybe we can put something in there. That's what I've been thinking of. This is too small. That is too big. But maybe too big is still fine. Hmm. That thing already lights up, I think. If I select a route, yeah, it doesn't really need lights. Wait a minute. Does the route called where we have two options? If you don't have a depot, this becomes the same as the Lilliput route. But the Lilliput route also has the D. It shouldn't have D because it doesn't include a depot. Or does it? Oh, it just has less stops on the depot. Or rather, it has more. So the other route. Wait, I thought this one. What? That didn't work. Is the code broken? Not letting me import. Try copying this. Yeah, it doesn't work. Hmm. I'm pretty sure that's the route that I have though. What's it called? HFD. Yeah, that's this one. Let's fix that. Maybe I dragged something around that I without noticing. So I'm just removing this route flag 0 and spaces. Wait a minute. Why is there commas here? Oh, that's part of the route that I'm supposed to remove. Yeah, because I'm removing route flags, so there's no point in having the comma. That's why it wasn't working. I thought it looked weird before, I just didn't think about it for whatever reason. Alright, this should work. Copy. Doesn't. There's still something wrong? All the other routes work. We tried them. Yeah, this one works. We tried all the routes. Why doesn't this one work? Where is the error here? Oh, I removed the comma there. Is that it? There we go. So what did I wrote here? A shorter route because it only goes to the depot once instead of twice. But you need a bigger bus to do that, and therefore you get higher running cost. And if you don't have the depot, which is the only difference between the two, then yeah, they become the same. So yeah, they should both have the letter D in the name because they include a depot. That's what the D stands for. Although I really shouldn't have added that. I added that for myself to make sure that when I was updating the routes, I can actually update all of to include a depot. This one doesn't have because it is a no depot one. So yeah, that was to make sure everything is updated. Oh, there's also a no depot one for Ara. Let's check this one. We didn't get to see this. This needs an update. Yeah, this doesn't include the hospital. All you have to do is add that, and it's done.
He comes to make his blessings flow. For as the curse is found, for as the curse is found, for as the curse is found. He rules the world with truth and grace, and makes the nations prove the glories of his righteousness, and wonders of his love, and wonders of his love, and wonders of his love.
Oh, I need to click outside of that. Copy, import. Yeah, when I added the ARA hospital, I only updated this one. I forgot that there's two routes for this one. Good thing we checked. I need to figure out which version the ARA hospital was added and write that separately. Start X and then figure out later. Check. Announcement. Hospital. 7.15. Yeah, this is the search and rescue update. This is when the ARA hospital was added. 7.15. They also added the drag strip on what version? I need to note that as well. Why my route doesn't include it. 7.16, of course it is. I can reduce the wording here by a bunch. Yeah, there we go. Our drag strip is not worth adding. Check, no update. The other updates that I did today is from previous versions that I just never got around to publishing on my Discord. I've had those updates for a while now. In fact, I update them during the test branches of those updates. This one, nothing has been changed really. In the updates that affect the set, I just added a new route. So let me actually move that to the bottom. In fact, that should have been a separate post, but that's fine. Because it's separated anyway by this massive copyable block of text. Alright, that's done with. Oh yeah, the tint is so heavy that the text is not so easy to read anymore. You can still read it, but it's not as easy to read anymore. I don't know how I never noticed that. I guess it's only when it's actually hard to read that it's noticeable, which is not very often. It's only when you have reflection. Oh yeah, that's the thing that I changed. The metallic and roughness, so it's reflecting differently now. I think I never noticed that because it wasn't reflecting much before. But now that I updated the metallic and roughness, it's actually quite reflective now. So maybe I shouldn't have messed with the window metallic and roughness. Maybe I can keep the roughness? No, that looks worse somehow without the metallic. Hmm. Yeah, because that makes it sharper. No, that's the roughness, not the metallic. So I can keep the metallic and lower the roughness. Yeah, now there's less reflection spread. Like it's more accurate on where the reflection is, unlike when you have high roughness. Although if you have very high roughness, there's nothing reflecting anymore, really. Huh. Yeah, there's a point where it's too reflective, around the 50 mark, but the more you go higher, the less reflection. So the roughness isn't 0 to 1, it's more like 0 to 1 and then no, it's more like you have 1 to 0 and then you can go to the negative. So you have two different scales that you can only but you can only go either side. Hmm. Do I want that? Yeah, it's shining. Unlike if I have it here. Although we can keep some, I guess. Make it 0.8 like the metallic. Yeah, that's still very clearly visible, even with lighting. So that's one more thing that's different on the other bus. But I already uploaded that one. I'm not gonna upload it again just for that. But I do want that change to also apply on this one. So let's apply it. Yeah, the number is showing 0 to 1, but actually there's like two sides. Everything above zero point 0.5 is a different kind of adjustment than everything below it. So really it should have been made where the 0 is in the middle and you can go positive or negative. That would have made it more easily understandable on how it works. Oh, I broke the lamppost behind. Wait a minute, was that always breakable? I feel like I've hit that thing before and it didn't break. I do like the rear light bar. My issue is this light in the front. Wait, where is it? What? I removed it? Why am I holding a light and why is the light not there anymore? Oh yeah, because I was trying to place it here, but decided not to do that. Maybe I can have it up there. Why can't I see? Oh, because it's pointing the other way. You know what? Let's despawn this one already. Well, I might still change it. So actually, let's not despawn it yet, but move it in a way that we can drive through here. Because there's so much lighting over here, but back there, there's not much lighting. Especially now that I broke the lamppost. Yeah, I like this light in the back. But the light that was down here, I didn't. But maybe we can put something up here. It looks so bright from the inside, but because of the tint from the outside, it doesn't look very bright. I like that. You can see the box container because of the light, which you can't see here. Well, you can see the box container already without the light because it's right there. Unlike this one, which is covered by a massive windshield. Yeah, there we go. Now I like it. So I have all 10 lights that I like now. Their order is quite messy. They're all over the place, but that's fine. Alright, now I can upload it. Dang it, I forgot to check before uploading. It's wrong again. Then these didn't save the color. All of them didn't. Anything else? I guess we should go through all the lights again so we can see. This is interior. This has always been here, so this still works. I didn't change anything with that. Let's try turning off the engine. Oh, the light in the front is not turning off. What? Oh, because I just toggled it instead of setting a light mode on it.
On the first day of Christmas, my true love gave to me a partridge in a pear tree. On the second day of
And then we
Christmas, my
have
true
the
love
high
gave to
beams.
me
That works.
two turtle doves and a
And the
partridge
interior
in a
side light.
pear tree. On the third day of Christmas, my true love gave to me
Oh,
three
these
red
needle lights are not
turtle
turning on either.
doves and a partridge in
So
a
these
pear
didn't save their
tree.
settings at all,
On
except
the
the
fifth
position and
day of
rotation.
Christmas, my true love gave to
We
me
need a
four
save
calling
button for
birds,
the
three
others.
French hens,
For
two
the light
turtle
color
doves,
and
and
light
a
mode.
partridge in a pear
Like there should be
tree.
a save button
On
on
the
this menu.
sixth day of Christmas, my true love
Same
gave to
here. Well, I
me
guess
five
it should
golden
save as soon as you
reindeer,
click something.
four calling birds, three French hens, two turtle doves,
So these
and a
should be
partridge
headlights.
in a pear tree. On the sixth day of
Okay,
Christmas, my true
finally,
love
that
gave to
should
me
now be
four
working.
airplane
So let's
flying
click on the
golden
workshop
wings,
to
four
reset
golden
the lights and see if
reindeer,
they're actually working
three
now,
turtle doves, and
as
a
they should.
partridge in a pear tree. On the seventh day of Christmas, my true love gave to me seven swans a
Check
sailing,
everything.
four
Yeah,
swans a
that's
sailing,
everything, I'm pretty sure.
five
So
golden
now we can upload it.
reindeer, four calling
And we
birds,
can
three
delete
French
the wrong
hens,
one.
two turtle doves, and a
Remove that.
partridge in a pear tree. On the eighth day of Christmas, my true love gave to me eight maids a milking, seven swans a swimming, six
I want
geese
to
a
take the
laying,
screenshot
five
with the
golden
Airbus side.
rings, four calling birds, three French hens, two turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear
There we go. So we're done with this thing. Now that I have that, I kind of want to update the light on this one now to that one. We have the lights on this one already saved in the workshop anyway, if we ever decide to go back. But before I download the updated lights, I should uninstall all the lights because I already paid for them and store them on one of my light storage trucks. I'm just using these non-underlift Longhorns as storage because they have two storage boxes on them. I should have driven the bus there before starting this. Oh, also these blue lights needs to go on this one so that there's not too many lights on that one. What color light is this? What do you mean valid? These are blue lights too. I need to put the storage box on this on rollback. This is completely stock, so it doesn't have the utility box. So these are green lights, I believe. So I can put these. Yeah, LED strip number 2. Oh, I already have lots of these. Did I buy more instead of taking from here? I have so many. Perlite O2 is this one, I believe. Yeah, let's put them here. What else? Oh yeah, there's one more of this light. That's green, yep. Oh, this is the same. Oh, it's full. Move that one to that. Yeah, this thing needs the storage so I can store them instead of using the attachment slot. Alright, this one doesn't have any lights left. That's why I have so many of some lights. Because I download before I go to download one of my builds with light attachments on it, I remove the light attachments that's already on my vehicle. Yeah, this is the light attachments that I had, but I really like my new light attachments. Let's just uncheck everything, I guess, except the light attachments. Right. The paint is the same now, I believe. Yeah, otherwise I'd see a difference in the front section. Oh, so now that we're done with this bus, go refuel it. Might be time for me to refill my tankers, my diesel tankers. I've despawned a bunch of them now because a bunch of them were empty. I had one here, I had one at the mines. The one at the quarry still has some fuel, I think. Is this one good on fuel? Well, may as well refuel. Yeah, this thing is so much rougher to drive with the stiff springs, but that is what maintains the comfort in this game for whatever reason. So that's what it has. Does it need repairs? Yes. And then before we end, oh yeah, let me update the thingy now that we're done with this. me grab the new screenshots. Oh yeah, I only took one screenshot this time. It contains both. I have to make some edit here. Oh, I'm gonna have to remove the rollback already. Well, next time we're gonna be working on the fire stuff anyways. We're gonna have a new fire fire department design. One four eight three two three. Yep. Export this thing and replace the image on screen. Wait, what? Why is it not showing me? Oh, because I locked it. Then move it back to the middle. Well, not the middle. Yeah, because sometimes there's stuff on the right side of the screen, so I don't want to take too much space on the right side. But not letting me. But that's fine. Alright, so we have those new builds on screen now. We can do just one last thing before we go, so that we'll be completely done with buses for now, which is to try the new, well, not new, but the torque converter on the Cheetah. Oh, I shouldn't have spawned it here, but since we're here, we may as well drive around the map. Oh yeah, first thing is starting from a stop. I guess I should start in a straight line. That's pretty good. The gap between second and third is quite big, but that's fine because second gear you rev up so quickly anyways. The gap between third and fourth seems perfect. And this is our max gear now. The fourth, we're already at the max gear, but this is a torque converter, so you have to think differently about this. Had a little bit of lag when the game loaded everything that I have on the dealership and maybe even the fires that's burning here. Normally, you'd be stopping for the bus stops, so you're not even really gonna be driving this quickly. But I am testing the high speed of the transmission. Because that's the main reason I didn't go for the for this transmission before. Like I thought, oh, there's only 4 gears. That's not gonna have a good enough top speed and still have proper gear spacing. But I forgot the fact that it's a torque converter. Even now that we're going so fast, we're still within the green zone of this gear. Even though we started on this gear from a much lower speed. Yeah, that's the bottom of gear 4. So if I shift down, yeah, that's the top of third. It's around 80 kilometers per hour. That's when you want to start using gear 4. So the speed range of gear 4 is very huge because of the fact that it's a torque converter. You want to shift to fourth at 80 kilometers per hour, but the fourth gear can go all the way up to 130, I think, or even 140. Although the green zone is probably only 120 or something. No, it's actually looking like it's 130. Yeah, I'm already 125. It might be 135. Yeah, the top of green is 135, I think. So that's in fourth gear, you're in the optimal rev range, the green zone, for 55 kilometers per hour speed range, 80 to 135. That's what the torque converters allow you to do. And that's why it works so well on the Ansan Speedway weekly challenge. Because I was only using a single gear. And therefore, every time I can accelerate, I am accelerating and I am at the optimal rev range to accelerate. I wish the other vehicles have torque converters. I don't know why we only have a torque converter option for buses and the scooter. I don't think the other bikes can use the scooter transmission. At least I don't remember seeing it if it is. If they can, then I need to look at that again. Or do some testing rather with the bikes and probably change my bike setup. Although the bikes have very different engines, so they might still be better off with actual with the standard manual transmissions instead of a torque converter. Yeah, this thing can go really fast. Even though it's only 4 gears. We're still not at the red, but we're already going 160. And we're overheated. We didn't even make it to the red. Alright, let's slow this down. Did I do brake bias on this? I don't think we had brake bias when I made this yet. Did we? Yeah, I don't have brake bias on this one. So we may as well check that out as well, or we're extending the stream once more. What's the brake bias on this? I don't think I have any bike setups in the workshop, but I have tuned my bikes. I just haven't uploaded them because I have no method of figuring out if any of them are good or not. I have done bike testing as well. I don't remember if it was during a live stream or if I was just playing around. I think I was just doing testing on my own without streaming that. Yeah, this is very front bias, but what's the weight distribution? It's more weight on the back. Oh, we should have went to the drag strip, not here. I need to use the drag strip more. This is a very useful testing place. Struggling to stop because of the poor bike bias. Alright, what's the weight distribution now? It still has more weight in the back. That's what? 6.7 in the back. So what's the ratio of that? 5.4 divided by 6.7? No, I want 6.7 divided by 5.4. That's 25% difference. That's a lot of weight in the back, and this is empty. We don't have passengers yet. Although, I guess, due to the layout of this bus, you actually do gain a bunch of weight at the front from passengers. It's not like the Air City where most of your passenger weight goes to the back. Or it's at the very least split 50-50 or around that 50-50. There's only like a couple of seats on the Air City that actually puts more weight in the front than the back. Almost everything is around 50-50 split or mostly in the back. Whereas this one, yeah, you do get a decent amount of weight to the front from passengers. So maybe even though there's a 25% weight distribution front versus rear, I think we still want a 50-50 brake split. What's our weight though? First and foremost, we're 12.8 tons. So the passengers don't add much weight. Because we can have 48 passengers, and I remember they are like 80 kilograms. That's 3,840, which is divided by 12,800 is 30%. So yeah, we are gonna have 50-50 split if the bus is full. Otherwise, it's rear bias. And since we have 70-24, although I'm not sure how to calculate the bias if we have two rear axles. And I don't mean the brake balance adjustment. I mean, like, how should we count the numbers? Like, if we want 50-50 braking front and rear, do I want a 1-to-1 ratio on all of them? So it's gonna be like, if possible, do I want it 33, 33, 33? Or do I want 50, 25, 25? Because if you add the 25, you still get the 50 on the rear. That's what I don't know about. But we can just test anyways. Let's use our... No, our calculator doesn't even work in this case. Because this is only for two axles. Okay, so let's run. Let's first try. If we go with F50, we're gonna get 35 on the front and 36 on the rear, which is too much. What if we go with F60? We're gonna have 42 front, 33 rear, and if you double that, that's 67, which is like 50% more than the front. So that's my guess. That will work well. Let's try that. Oh yeah, let's put in drift mode. That looked like we skidded both the front and the rear. But we definitely skidded the front more than the rear. So let's try reducing our braking to maybe 80. Yeah, now it's just the front. So yeah, I think we want 50-50, or rather 33-33-33, if possible. So 1-to-1 ratio, I guess, is 1-to-1 is to 1 because we have 3 axles. We don't want 2:1-to-1. So we're probably gonna want the F50 then. That was already with F60. So once again, we have another vehicle that I think needs an F60 or F70 option, or even F80. This is gonna be the second or even third vehicle now. Yeah, it's still skidding the front. And this is at 80% braking. If I make it back to 100, surely that's gonna be worse. Yeah, it is. The rear barely skidded. Well, that makes it simple. Just go with F50 on the Cheetah. Because you're gonna want as much rear bias as you can get. Because even the F50 is not enough of a rear bias. Yeah, because you have with the F50, you have 35 on the front and 36 rear. That's actually more on the rear already. But yeah, you need 25% more on the rear when empty. When full, you want a 50-50 split, which is already what we have with the F50. We have 35, 36, 36, which is as close as you can get to 1-to-1 ratio. But the ideal when you're empty, um, I guess we can't really calculate off of this. Because when working with these numbers, we only have the part options to work with, which is the F50. No, we can try the F60 numbers. No, because that puts more at the front. We need more in the rear. We need 25% more when empty. But we can only go up to F50. So I guess we should instead make a hypothetical so if there is an F40 option, is that gonna be good enough? Let's see. 70 times zero point 0.4 is 28. 24 times 1.4, no, 1.6 is 38. That's too much. 38.4 divided by 28 is 37% more. So ideally, when you're empty, you want an F55 brake bias option, which we don't have in the game. We can only go up to 50. No, not F55, F45. Let's try the values for F45. You know what? We can still use this now that we know the ratios are the same anyway. Let's get back our downhill numbers to see what we need to put in there. Yeah, it stops much better now going downhill here. Cheetah, 5.4. But we have to add both rear axles in this case into one, so that's 6.8. And then we still use the same numbers. Let's close that. 7024. And I want 0.55. Why are these not there? Oh, 0.55 is too much? What? Did I just miscalculate? Oh, it's not. In fact, this one is telling me it's 0.4, not 0.45. I thought it was 0.45. Oh, I miscalculated. This is telling me 33.6. How did I get the 38? 24 times 1.6. Yeah, it's 38.4. Why is this 33.6? Oh, this is where the formula is going wrong. That could explain why sometimes the formula is wrong. At least, I think that's where it's going wrong. Let's go back to the garage and check. Because yeah, in some cases the formula was spot on, but in some cases it was completely wrong. And I think I finally found where it's going wrong. No, my calculation is just wrong. Yeah, you're subtracting from the front the same percentage as you're adding to the back, which is what this is doing. So it is correct here. So I still don't know why some of this is wrong then. Anyways, we found that the F50 is the best that is available because we don't have an F45 or F40 option. According to this, the an F40 option would have been better. I was getting 38 because I was thinking that if I'm taking off four if I'm taking off 60%, wait, what is my yeah, I'm taking off 60% from the front, so I need to add 60% to the rear. Oh yeah, am I doing it wrong here? The front bias, if we have 1, it just multiplies to 1. Yeah, because this is the bias, the front bias, but the rear, yeah, this is wrong, isn't it? So it should be minus? But we want to add to the rear. Yeah, so it's not 1. Yeah, that's where it's going wrong. This isn't changing. This is changing. Yeah, there we go. The CUDA is the same because it's at 0.5. So that change doesn't affect it when it's 0.5. So the CUDA is unchanged. I still don't understand what's going wrong with the CUDA. The only explanation I can think of with the CUDA is that there is not enough grip at the front. So you can't fix the locking up of the front by just adjusting the bias because the front is just lacking the grip to use the brakes. At least to use as much braking as I was in my testing. Because I don't think the rear is doing anything. Or at least it's doing very little under braking with the CUDA. Because it's so much front. It's so front heavy. Where's our weight bias? I guess we don't have the number here, but 4.5, no, 2.1 divided by 4.5 is 0.46. Yeah, most of the weight is at the front, so the front, you'd think the front would have enough grip, but the grip is, because it's not loaded, you still end up exceeding your grip, even though all of the weight is at the front. Because it's a truck. You have to keep in mind it's a truck. It's meant to carry loads, so the brakes on it is pretty strong. So when it's empty, the brakes are too strong. So it will always lock up the front, no matter how much braking you put on the rear. At least that's my theory at the moment. But yeah, now that we corrected this, let's check the coma is now supposed to be 0.7 or even 0.6. Probably zero point 0.7 though. You don't want to get too close, I don't think. Unless there's barely any weight transfer. Like with the CUDA and planks, it's so heavy that even when you're braking, the weight doesn't really transfer to the front. Well, if it is putting more weight in the front, then it's hmm. Did I even Yeah, I did. Wait, what? There we go. Even if that's the case, we can see here, it's telling me I should only put 0.7. So that just further proves my theory of it just has too strong of a brakes for how much grip you have. Because I tried the F50 and it was still locking up the front, even though it's telling me it only needs 0.7. Let's see the others. 0.6. What did I put on the pulse? Wait, I have these spawned? Oh, these are other pulses. F60. That's correct. Alright, the pulse is good now. Let's mark the ones that are not. I think the coma is also correct. I just didn't go with it because I wanted a different bias than the optimal one. Wait, what? Oh, because I tested a different coma. I didn't update this build. Which coma was it? Must be the lowest number, which is this one. No, it's also on stock break. Which coma was it? 849? What? Did I just remove it? Why does none of these have brake balance? Yeah, they all don't have. What the heck? That's all of them. I guess I just removed it afterwards because it wasn't a proper test. It was just a quick one. But yeah, this thing is saying 0.7. Okay, this thing is quick. Yeah, that's pretty good. Let's check if the stats are correct though. Because this is an upgraded coma, not stock one. Point 0.8 is slightly heavier. But it's probably just some decimal rounding that's happening there. Oh, is it that I just don't have enough braking? No, it's maximum. I think it just doesn't have strong enough brakes. Because it's telling me now. Because that's a big difference going from point 2 to point 3. But even with that, we still, the goal, regardless of which one is correct, we still want point 0.8 or at least something close to that. And point 0.8 is gonna need the F60. So let's change to F60 and upgrade the brake power. I think that was the rear. Yeah, that's the rear. Which makes sense because we went really close to the... I guess we can put in 25. We don't have to follow the decimal points in game. 76, so we're really close to that at point 0.6. And yeah, considering this is a front wheel drive, actually no, that doesn't really factor in where I want the bias. Regardless, let's check. We already checked the poles. The Elisa, if we increased the bias to the front, because it's super front heavy. No, we didn't. It's F70. Why does this say 0.3, 1.3? Did I just put it in wrong? That's too low though. But I guess, yeah, sometimes I prefer more in the rear anyways. So I can put in 0.75 to say that you can choose between 7 and F70 and 80. Alright, what about the Mitage? What brake bias? I think this is stock. Yeah, because this has very good stock brake bias. It's 60/40. Yeah, it's 60/40 stock. Yeah, if you go 0.9, it becomes too low. Oh wait, you might even want to increase it. Yeah, we can increase it to 1.1 maybe. I didn't consider that when I was tuning this. Put it in drift mode. That looked like the front, but I think that's fine. It was just the weight shifting that's causing it to skid, I think. Yeah, when you're turning, it all goes, it all locks up. Yeah, even a slight turn makes them all lock up. But I prefer slightly rear bias from the optimal, so I think I'll keep it stock. So I'm gonna write here 1.05. I don't even remember the name. I know who it is, but I just don't remember his name. I'm really bad with names of the person maintaining the website. Maybe his name is here somewhere. I don't see anywhere saying who's maintaining this site. That's the kind of info I want saved in somewhere in my Discord nowadays. If we can find out again who's maintaining the website. Oh wait, did I not? I have a post in my Discord about it. Where is it? No, this is just completely random. Did I say who it is in that post? General game info. No, I should include it here. But yeah, I've already forgotten who's maintaining the site. He's in the official Motortown Discord. I think he's also in the Workers League. I haven't seen him say anything in the other servers. In fact, he didn't even say much in the Workers League. And I don't remember seeing him post in the official disc on the official Motortown server either. I just know he's there because I clicked on his profile to see which servers we have in common. We can do a search, I guess. Motortown.info. These are people asking about it or talking about it. No, it's not these people. I think it's this guy. Let's just disable this thing. Yeah, it's this guy, Web Destroyer. Let's write his name here. Can I ping him? I don't think he's in my server. Yeah, it's not. Let's put an at regardless. So he's the one you can ask. Like, he's the one maintaining the Motortown in .info website. Alright, let's go back here. The Longhorn is still very far. Point 0.6? Yeah, point 0.6 is still rear bias. Let's see what I have on the Longhorn. I can spawn it here. I guess. Oh, my Longhorn is right here. I can't spawn it in this garage because it's too tall, but I can still use it. I have F70. This thing is saying though that I can go to 60. So this might be a thing with the fact that it's got two rear axles. It's locking the rear already though. So we might need to adjust the formula for for dual rear axles. So maybe so this is maybe 0.75 because it's locking the rear. But maybe if we double the rear amount, since we have two rear axles. No, that's still too much. What if we like only add 50% maybe? No, it's still. But what's our weight numbers first, I guess? Part of the problem here might be the fact that my rear axle is kind of lifted when it's not hauling any load. Yeah, it's completely lifted under braking. Wait, why do we have very different numbers now? Well, that's already kind of the case, because there's no weight on the rear axle anyway, so that doesn't change anything, other than the bias being still 20 in that case. But yeah, in that case, it just makes the numbers even further apart. We have the Cheetah for comparison. So let's check the Cheetah again. Unlike this one, the Cheetah actually does have a decent amount of weight on the rearmost axle. I don't think we can simply average because they have the same brake bias on both of the rear axles, but obviously we want more braking on the heavier axle, and then the other axle can just wait a minute. That's gonna skid then. Hmm. Yeah, but we're looking to lock up the rear anyway, because we don't want the front locking up. And if nothing is locking up, then we don't have any useful information. So if the rear is locking up, then that's good. We have useful information. Even if it's the lesser weight rear axle that's doing it. As long as it's not the front anymore that's locking up. That's the important thing. So it's okay for the rear axle to have too much braking because of the lack of weight on it. The important thing is for the front to not lock up. It's fine if the rear axle is locking up. What we need to look for though is a way to compensate for the fact that we have the extra axle. Even if it's locking up, it's still helping us slow down. So we need a way to calculate for the extra braking we're getting from that. So what's the Cheetah numbers again? Yeah, 2470. Let's mark this. 0.75 was it? No, because it's only locking up the rear, which is weightless anyway. I think 0.7 is actually correct on that one. Yeah, because 0.6 is too much on the rear. Oh, but that's with the rear bias being increased. Hmm. Well, I've done what I wanted to do today anyway, which is to check the cheetah. We can go back to this some other time. Have a break bias focused testing where we actually figure stuff out. I'm too tired to be thinking of that now. And I've already said that I was already ending the stream because it is already almost, well, not almost, it's 2:30 a.m. for me now. So I should be ending the stream already. I'm not going to sleep yet. I do have some things to do whenever I end the stream. Even though it's very late for me, but that's because of the Christmas and New Year celebrations. Like, I'm, I'm gonna be awake on New Year's, which is why I'm staying up and streaming later in the past few days. I kind of move my timeline on things to be later in the day for the Christmas and New Year. So yeah, we got the Airbus Air City bus setups today, both a racing one and a transportation one. We even got, oh, we can't check it anymore. But we got the number one, as you can see on the screenshot on screen. We can also go back to the E-van. We were testing the E-van. So the sooner we can get back to testing the E-van, the better. I'm not sure whether I should... Wait, what day even is that? Yeah, Tuesday. Because I canceled my Outer Worlds live stream last week because we got the update in Motortown, and because of it was just a few days away from Christmas, and I think I should still not do Outer Worlds this week. All right. I'm gonna upload part one as a video since YouTube missed a whole bunch of it. What else do I need? I think that's it. Oh, let me mark. How do I mark this? I want to mark the rear. And the bias on the cheetah because we need more rear bias. Is there is that the same here? Yeah, I should have done that on this. Actually, no. We still don't know what the issue with the CUDA is. But yeah, all the others I think are good now. 0.66. Yeah, point 0.6. If you go the F50, it's gonna be too much. And this is with the load. Without a load, it's even more front heavy. So you're not gonna want the rear bias. So yeah, that's all the things to note. We still haven't figured out the CUDA. We need to check the Longhorn still, I think. We already uploaded the Longhorn setup because it's not really important what brake bias your semi has because it's your trailer that should be pulling you back and the most of the weight is on the trailer anyways. But we should still check it because it's useful information. And then yeah, the cheetah, nothing we can do anymore. Oh, we didn't write the Air City. Let's write down the Air City's bias. I think the Golema is also on stock brake balance, which is why it's not here. But let me add it on the list regardless. The Longhorn is not gonna be here. Not the Longhorn rollback rather. It's not gonna be here because that's or well, it's a rollback. So you just want as much rear bias on it as you can. So the RCD is on F50. What's the bias on it? 7024. What's the weight? Yeah, even the F50 is not enough. We need an F60. I guess I should call this front brake, rear brake, and front bias. Yeah, that's where I got confused with the formulas, I think, because I was just calling it bias. So a point 0.6 front bias needs the F40 part, and this is the F30. No, not there's no F40 part. Wait, how is it again? Is it the same name as the bias? It is, right? Why am I getting confused about this? I'm too tired right now, I guess. 'Cause it's late for me. Yeah, it is. So this F60, F70 stock, you can pick F70 or F80 on the Elisa. F50. Wait, why did I write point 0.4 on the RCD? Oh, because it needs more. So it's the same as the Cheetah. It needs more rear bias. Yeah, they have very similar ratios. They have the same front to rear braking. So this is the same because we put in the same brake balance part. And we did that because we have similar, um, whatever this is. We didn't call it anything. I probably should have put something about that, huh? Oh, that's not where I wanted it. This is front, wait, front brake? That's, that has the same name now. Oh, because yeah, they're the same. This is the one with that includes the bias, whereas this is the stock one. Okay, that's the front brake divided by the total, and this is front weight divided by the total weight. So this is front adjusted total. What is adjusted? The braking. So yes, also braking total. I guess I can put the A anyway. Adjusted brake total. So we're done with the bus. The Cheetah, not yet. Let's check the Colima again. Where is my... There it is. Oh yeah, I even left it there with trailers. F60, 7620. So this already has more front brakes, but I'm also not moving the brake bias to the rear because it has better brake weight distribution. Oh yeah, and even though I already have these new Longhorn, Golema, semi, and trailer setups, I'm still not posting them on Discord because I have more testing to do with them. 'Cause I noticed the Longhorn was understeering a lot more than the Golema. In fact, I don't think the Golema have any understeer issue. And I don't think it's because of my setup. But yeah, we'll check that when we get back to it. I could be using formulas on the rear weight to show that these are double axles. So this is plus zero. Don't remember what the cheetahs were, but we're gonna go back and check it anyways. So according to these numbers, the Golema can have the F50 and still have some buffer, but yeah, that's why you don't wanna just follow what the numbers say and do actual testing, because the numbers don't factor in everything that affects the results. The the numbers and formulas are there just to help figure things out. You should still do some testing. Oh yeah, the Godimas was here. I should put it back in place. Well, actually, I don't think I need more testing here anymore. But I left it here for a reason. Oh, right, the landing gear is down. Well, it's up rather. Let's go back to the drag strip. Alright, that's it for today. Oh yeah, let me check my company vehicles real quick. Yeah, I want you to turn back around so that you can have much better spacing with the other logo. You are really far back, but I can't really do much about that. You, what are you doing? Hmm. Oh wait, I have this Jamusi here. So the only issue besides them being out of order is this guy. You need to go skip a bunch of stuff. In fact, I'm gonna send you straight to Ara. Yeah, that should work. Hopefully. Alright. That's it for today. Oh, we're stopping at exactly 3 a.m. Alright.